Welcome back to Harry's Cosmos. Today we are diving into a big one: what if Remus Lupin and Sirius Black adopted Harry and Hermione? A sprawling, 6-chapter alternate universe journey across childhood, Hogwarts, and the long shadow of a certain dark wizard. If you are enjoying stories like this, please do smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and ring the bell so you never miss a new What If. Let's begin. Chapter 1. Twin rescues. The sky above Godric's Hollow smelled of burnt marrow. Sirius Black was the first to land on the cracked garden path, his boots sinking into soil that had been warm a minute ago and was now merely damp. He didn't notice the cold. He noticed the smoke, the way the front door hung from a single splintered hinge like a tongue from a broken jaw, and the hole in the upper floor where Lily had hung a mobile of tin stars for a baby who liked to watch anything that caught the light. He didn't remember dismounting. He didn't remember shouting. He only remembered the moment his knees went out from under him in the ruined kitchen, his hands shaking so hard he couldn't tell if he was holding anything at all, and the moment after that, when a small, quiet wail crept down the stairs and reached him like a hand through a veil. "Harry," he said. The word didn't feel like a word. It felt like a rope thrown into a well. He was halfway up the stairs before Hagrid's voice boomed from the garden behind him. "Sirius, Sirius, don't, he's alive," Sirius said, already on the landing. "He's alive, Hagrid, I can hear him." The nursery door was gone. Not broken, gone, as if something had stepped through it and forgotten to put it back. James lay in the hall. Sirius did not look at James. He looked at the far wall, where a thin, mean cloak was crumpled on the floor beside a small, ugly Scorch, and then he looked at the crib. Harry was sitting up. His face was red from crying and his hair was plastered to his forehead with sweat and blood that was not his, and there was a neat, bright cut above his right eye that was already beginning to seal itself into a shape Sirius would remember for the rest of his life. When Harry saw him, he stopped crying. He stopped entirely, as if he had used up a week of tears in 1 minute and now he was going to wait to find out whether crying had been worth it. "Prongslet," Sirius whispered. He reached into the crib. He didn't feel himself pick the child up, he only felt the child's small, hot face settle into the crook of his neck, which was where James had told him, laughing, a child's face was supposed to go. Sirius. Hagrid was in the doorway, and he was crying in the huge, honest way that big men cry, without trying to hide it. I was sent, by who?" Sirius said. "Dumbledore. He said you was to take Harry somewhere." Sirius didn't mean it to sound cruel. It came out cruel anyway, because everything was coming out of him cruel tonight, as if his voice had been poured through a strainer that only let the hard things through. "Where?" "His aunt's," Hagrid said. "His mother's sister." "Surrey." Sirius looked at the child in his arms. He looked at the dead man in the hall who had been his brother in every way that mattered except the one that didn't. He looked at the window, where the first grey of morning was pulling itself along the edge of the sky like a line of chalk along a blackboard. "No," he said. "Sirius, no, Hagrid." Sirius turned. He was smiling, and it was not a nice smile, it was the Black family smile he had spent his teenage years pretending he hadn't inherited, and he felt it settle onto his face like a mask he hadn't worn in years. "I'm his godfather. I swore it standing at that font in a church his mother chose because she liked the windows. I swore it over him when he was 3 days old and screaming and covered in spit-up. I swore it twice, Hagrid, once with James laughing at me and once with Lily, who made me swear it again because she said the first time I'd been looking at James. I am taking him home." "Where's home?" Hagrid said. That stopped him for a second. It stopped him because it was a fair question and because he didn't know the answer. The flat he'd rented for himself was not a home. The house he'd been born in was a tomb. James and Lily's house was a crime scene. "Moonies," he said. "Moonies, until I think of a better one." "Sirius," Hagrid's big hand came up as if to reach for the baby, and then it dropped, because Hagrid was not a stupid man and he had seen the Black family smile before. "Dumbledore, tell Dumbledore," Sirius said, "that I am grateful to him. Tell Dumbledore that I am in his debt. Tell Dumbledore that if he tries to take my godson to a house with bars on the windows and a woman with a neck like a swan and a heart like a tea cozy, I will come to him personally, and I will not be polite." "He ain't going to like it," Hagrid warned. "He doesn't have to like it. There's Pettigrew to think of," Hagrid said miserably, and Sirius's whole body stopped, because he had forgotten Peter. He had forgotten Peter in the swamp of Finding James. Peter. The world narrowed. It took on the shape of a single face, round and damp and apologetic, eyes always wet and always looking for forgiveness as if he'd been born expecting to need some. Peter had been their secret keeper. Peter had sold them. Peter was out there, somewhere, probably halfway to whatever little safe hole he had crawled out of a month ago. "Hagrid," Sirius said slowly, "I want you to hold Harry for exactly 1 minute. And then I want you to take him to my flat in London, keys in my left boot, and I want you to tell Remus what's happened and tell him I'm coming. Tell him to put the kettle on. Tell him to hide all the whiskey. Tell him," his voice broke, finally, "not much, just a little, tell him I love him and I'm sorry and I'm coming home." "Where are you going?" Hagrid said. Sirius passed Harry into the great, tree-trunk arms of the man who had once carried him across a flooded paddock on his shoulders when he was 8. Harry went, with only the smallest whimper, and Sirius forced himself to let go. "Hunting," he said. He found Peter in a gutter in Muggle Islington, 3 hours later, still wearing his own face. Later, when Sirius tried to remember how he had found him, he couldn't. There was only the sensation of the streets pulling him along, as if London itself had decided, for once in its long unkind life, to be useful. He had not cast a single tracking charm. He had simply walked. And then he had turned a corner and there Peter was, standing in the middle of a narrow road wet with drizzle, staring at nothing, with his hands opening and closing at his sides as if he were trying to catch a fly. "Wormtail," Sirius said. Peter turned. He looked smaller than Sirius remembered, and grayer, as if some great bleaching process had been performed on him in the last 24 hours. His eyes found Sirius's, and his face did a strange thing. First it collapsed, then it tried to rebuild itself into a smile, and then it collapsed again, because Peter had always been bad at lying with his face. "Sirius," he said. His voice was thin. "Sirius, I don't. They made me, they don't." "He was going to kill me, Pete," Sirius said, gentle as a closing door, "if you say one more word, I'll do something I can't take back. I'd rather do something I can take back. I'd rather turn you in with all of your pieces still attached. I love you enough to want that, Pete, even tonight. Don't strain me." Peter's wand came up. Of course it did. Peter had always been cleverer than people thought, he had always been more frightened than brave. Those two facts had been the story of his whole life, and they were the story now. He aimed for Sirius's heart, and he aimed for the cobbles behind Sirius's feet, and he aimed for the pipe over their heads, all at once. His lips moved on an old, stupid spell he had learned in second year to blow up toilet fixtures. Sirius's wand was already out. "Expelliarmus," he said, almost sadly, and Peter's wand arced into his waiting hand. Sirius caught it and tucked it into his belt. Then he stepped forward and put his free hand on Peter's shoulder, the way he used to when Peter had been small and worried about an essay, and he said, in a voice so tired it had almost no color left, "Petrificus totalis." Peter fell. Sirius caught him on the way down. He shifted the frozen body around until Peter was lying on his back in a puddle with his eyes still open, staring up at nothing, his mouth a little open. Sirius sat down beside him in the wet road. He put his head in his hands. He allowed himself, for perhaps 15 seconds, to shake. Then he stood up, summoned his Patronus without conscious thought, a great stag, as it had been since James, 15 years old, had grinned at him from across a lake, and said to it, to the silvery antlers, to the silvery eye, "Go to Amelia Bones. Tell her where I am. Tell her to bring witnesses. Tell her I have Peter Pettigrew alive, conscious, and in possession of his own wand, which I have secured on my person. Tell her we are going to the ministry. Tell her, with my regards, that she would oblige me greatly by hurrying." The stag tossed its head and bounded away, cutting through the drizzle like a needle through gauze. Sirius sat back down in the puddle. "Pete," he said to the paralyzed man beside him, "I'm going to tell you something, and you're going to listen, because you don't have a choice. I want you to know that tonight was the worst night of my life. Second worst. There was a night when I was 7 years old when my mother found out I'd been writing to a boy whose grandfather was a muggle, and she locked me in a cupboard for 2 days, and I want you to know that tonight is worse than that. I want you to carry that with you. I want you to carry my worst night, and I want you to sit in it every day for the rest of your life in Azkaban, because I can't put you in the ground with James for reasons that are practical, Pete, not moral. Do you understand me? Blink twice if you understand me." Peter blinked twice. "Good," Sirius said. "I'm so glad." He waited for the Aurors in the rain. By the time Remus opened the door of Sirius's flat with Harry asleep on his chest, dawn had turned the window the color of old tea. He looked at Sirius, soaked, filthy, red to the elbows with blood that wasn't Peter's or James's but some unlucky passerbys who had walked into a disarming hex on the way to the Auror office, and he did not say anything for a long moment. Then he stepped to one side and held the door open with his shoulder, because both his arms were full of Godson. "Kettle's on," he said. "I love you," Sirius said. "I know. Boots off the rug." Sirius laughed. It came out of him as if a stopper had been pulled. He stepped inside, pulled off his boots, let his coat fall on the floor, and walked across the sitting room in his socks to the sofa. Remus sat down on one end of the sofa and held Harry out a little so Sirius could see him. Harry had a thumb in his mouth. He was asleep. His hair was a small, spiky pond of darkness against the white of Remus's shirt. They said at the ministry they caught Pettigrew. Remus's voice was careful, the way it always was around new facts. "An Auror came. A minute ago." "Yes." "Alive." "Yes." Bones is holding him." "She is." "Sirius," Remus stopped. He pressed his lips together. He looked, for an instant, 22 again, the way he had looked the afternoon James had said he was going to marry Lily, as if the sheer fact of being alive had caught him off guard. "Sirius, it means I'm not going to Azkaban," Sirius said. He reached out and touched Harry's small, hot forehead with one finger. "It means I can keep him." "Keep him," Remus repeated. There was a very long pause. "Pads. Moony. You've never kept anything alive in your life. Even that plant Lily gave us. It was a cactus, Sirius. You kept it alive." "Yes. You'll keep him alive." Remus closed his eyes. Sirius watched him breathe. He had forgotten, in the last year of not seeing him, how carefully Remus Lupin breathed, as if each breath were a library book he had to sign out. "Sirius," Remus said. "I'm a werewolf." "I know. The ministry, I know. They won't let me be anywhere near, then we won't tell them." "Sirius. Moony, listen to me." Sirius slid down onto the floor in front of the sofa, so he could put his head on Remus's knee, next to Harry's small foot. "I'm not doing this without you. I can't do this without you. James would not want this done without you. I am half a person and you are half a person, and if we put our halves together and pour tea on the whole thing it will be adequate, I swear to God. Don't make me do it alone." Remus looked down at him. He laid his free hand, very carefully, in Sirius's damp hair. "All right, Padfoot," he said. Sirius cried then. Not much, and not loudly, because he did not want to wake the baby. Remus said nothing. He kept his hand where it was. Outside, The sky came fully up, and the neighbor's Tabby, who had been prowling along the garden wall, jumped down into the wet grass and began methodically washing her paws, as if she had decided that the world was after all going to carry on. The second child came 3 days later. They were sitting at the kitchen table of Remus's cottage. Sirius had made the case, over the course of 24 hours, that Sirius's flat was a flat, which meant small, and a child required grass, which meant garden, which meant Remus's cottage, and Harry was sitting on the rag rug in front of the stove, eating a piece of toast with the focused patience of a creature who was not entirely sure that the toast wouldn't try to escape. Remus was reading the paper. The paper had a large, shouting headline about Peter Pettigrew, and a smaller one about Sirius, and a still smaller one, tucked at the bottom of page 3, that was the one Remus was actually reading. Pads. Listen. Sirius, who had been trying to teach Harry the word kettle and failing gently because Harry thought the important word was ba, looked up. Granger family home in Crawley damaged in what neighbors describe as an explosion of fire and lightning in the early hours of Thursday morning, Remus read aloud. No casualties. A spokesman for the Crawley Police Service said the cause is under investigation. The owners of the property, Mr. and Mrs. Daniel Granger, both dentists, have declined to comment. Sirius sat down opposite him. Dentists, he said. Why do we care about dentists? Because, Remus said. He folded the paper flat on the table. He pointed at the photograph. It was a Muggle photograph, and in it, a woman with curly brown hair and a kind, startled face was standing on the pavement outside a burnt front door, holding a small girl to her chest. The girl had the same kind of hair, only more of it. The girl was looking straight into the camera, and her eyes, even in black and white, had the precise, inspecting quality of someone who had already decided the photographer could have done better with the angle. Oh, Sirius said. She's a witch, Remus said. Muggle-born. I'd bet my last sickle. You don't have a last sickle. That's why I'm betting it. Mooney. Are you telling me someone attacked a Muggle family this week? I'm telling you, Remus said slowly, that someone attacked a Muggle family this week, that there's a little girl in that photograph who is probably going to Hogwarts in 10 years, and that nobody at the ministry is going to lift a single finger about it, because the official position this week is that the war is over. Sirius's jaw set. Right. Get your coat. Pads. Mooney, get your pads, we have a baby. Sirius looked down at Harry, who had given up on the toast and was now chewing, with pleasure, on one of his own socks. Sirius looked back at Remus. Mrs. Figg, he said, owes me a favor. She said so herself. Twice. The Granger house in Crawley was no longer burning, but it was no longer exactly a house either. The front door had been replaced with a hastily bolted sheet of plywood. A broken dormer on the second floor had been covered with blue tarpaulin that snapped in the wet wind. A police car was parked at the curb with its engine off, the officer inside visibly eating a sandwich and bored in the way that only a man on the last hour of a double shift can be bored. Disillusioned, Remus murmured, with a flick of his wand. Disillusioned, Sirius replied, and the two of them stepped up the garden path as two small smudges of disturbed air. Daniel Granger answered the knock that Remus produced on the back door, a small, polite, precise knock, because Remus had always been a polite knocker even in situations that did not call for politeness. Mr. Granger was a tall man with spectacles and the sort of shirt a man puts on a Saturday when he has decided to be competent about something. He looked exhausted and furious, and his right hand was behind the door, and Sirius was entirely sure the hand had a kitchen knife in it, because Sirius would have had a kitchen knife in his hand in the same circumstances. Who are you? Mr. Granger said. And why did I just open the door to nobody? Remus lifted the disillusionment charm. He did it slowly, the way one opens a window in a room with a nervous dog. Mr. Granger, he said. My name is Remus Lupin. This is Sirius Black. We are wizards. Forgive us for coming to your home. We think you and your family are in danger, and we would very much like to help. Mr. Granger stared at them for the count of 3. Then he said, "Come in." He said it the way a man says it when he has already decided, in the last 48 hours, to let the world be stranger than he expected it to be. Sirius respected him for it on the spot. The kitchen was yellow. There was a plate of digestives on the table and a half-empty mug of tea beside them, and Mrs. Granger was sitting at the table with both hands around the mug, and sitting on her lap, with her small arms looped firmly about her mother's neck and her small face turned toward the stranger in the doorway, was a 4-year-old girl with a great, shining mass of brown hair and a pair of very, very large, very, very steady brown eyes. "Mum," the girl said. "Yes, sweetheart. These men are glowing." Mrs. Granger looked at her daughter. She looked at Sirius and Remus. She looked at the kettle, then back at her daughter. "That's nice, love," she said. "They're not glowing. They look like people." "They look like people, Hermione." "That's good." "But they are glowing," said Hermione Granger, with the patient annoyance of a 4-year-old being forced to explain something obvious to a parent who was plainly not paying attention. "Around the edges. Like when the fridge lights on." Remus knelt down. Sirius, very quietly, sat down at the table, because he had learned from Lily that one ought not to loom at small children one was trying to impress. "Hermione," Remus said. "That's a wonderful name. Do you know what it means?" Hermione, who had clearly been waiting all her life for somebody to ask her what her name meant, narrowed her eyes. "Yes. Good girl. Do you want to tell me?" "It's Greek. It comes from Hermes. He was the messenger god, he had winged shoes. Mummy says he was a trickster but he was also quite kind, and Daddy says that's a terrible combination in a man." "It's a wonderful combination in a witch," Remus said. Hermione's eyes went very still. "Witch," she repeated. "Mrs. Granger," Remus said, not looking away from Hermione. "Has your daughter has she done things, recently, that you couldn't explain?" Mrs. Granger took a very long pull on her tea. Then she said, "My grandmother's china cabinet fell off a wall in this kitchen 2 weeks ago. I was in the garden. Hermione was in here having an argument with her father about broccoli. The cabinet came off the wall and it hung in the air for 3 seconds before it crashed. 3 seconds. I was in the door and I saw it. Dan says I imagined it." "I didn't imagine it," Daniel Granger said, from where he had poured himself another tea. "I saw it too. I was standing over the broccoli." "The broccoli was levitating as well," said Hermione helpfully. "I'm sorry about the cabinet." "Mrs. Granger," Remus said, "your daughter is a witch. A magical child. There is a school, in Scotland, which she'll be invited to attend when she's 11. There are 2 of us, and a great many more than us, who believe that a little girl like Hermione is precisely the kind of little girl somebody who calls himself very pure-blooded will decide to object to existing. And I think we believe that somebody objected to her existence on Thursday morning." Mrs. Granger's mug hit the table with a sharp crack. She did not spill it. Her knuckles were white around the handle. "The fire," Mr. Granger said. "The fire," Remus agreed. "They were in the garden," Mr. Granger said. His voice had gone low and dangerous. "She was in the garden, playing with the sprinkler. I saw a man on the back wall. He had something in his hand. Not a gun, and then the house went up on the other side, at the front, like a bomb. Like somebody wanted us to run out the back. He took off his spectacles and wiped them on his shirt. Like they wanted us to run into him." "Yes," Remus said. "We didn't run," Mr. Granger said. "I don't know why. I felt it in the back of my neck. I grabbed her and I ran upstairs, not out. It was stupid. I could have got us killed. Except somehow it wasn't. Her magic," Sirius said softly, "was probably telling her which way to go. Sometimes the magic's smarter than the people. Sometimes for years. Hermione stared at him. You, Hermione said, are a dog. Sirius blinked. Yes, he said, after a second. How did you know? I don't know, said Hermione honestly. I just do. He laughed. He laughed for the first time in 4 days, and the laugh cracked open something inside him he had not known was shut, and he reached across the table and held out a hand to the child on her mother's lap. My name is Sirius, he said. Pleased to meet you, Miss Granger. She shook his hand very seriously, and then she said, as if she were wrapping up a difficult negotiation, I am 4 3/4. Important detail, Sirius said. I will remember. Dan, Mrs. Granger said. She was looking at her husband. Dan. I know. They're right. I know. We can't stay in this house, Dan. I know, Emma. Mr. Granger. Mrs. Granger. Remus put his hands, palms down, on the table. There is a place we can take you. A safe place. It has wards. The kind of people who did this will not cross, because the people who raise the wards are old and vicious and very motivated. There is a village. There is a small cottage. There is a school nearby for Hermione, for this year and the next and the year after, where she can be taught both by Muggles, so as not to alienate her from your world, and by us, so as not to alienate her from her own. There is a spare bedroom, too, if we push some things about, and a garden. There is a baby. A baby, said Mrs. Granger. His name is Harry, said Sirius. He is 15 months old. His parents are dead. I am his godfather. Remus is also his godfather. We are raising him together. And if we don't get a second child in the house soon, he is going to be spoilt so rotten no witch in England will ever marry him. Oh, said Mr. Granger. Mummy, Hermione said. Can I see the baby? They agreed to a fortnight. It is worth noting, for the record, that the fortnight became a month before the fortnight had properly finished starting. Daniel and Emma Granger were practical people. They were practical people married to one another and also to a child who, Emma said ruefully the first evening at the cottage, had started reading the Financial Times over her father's shoulder at 3 years old and asking pointed questions about the difference between shares and bonds. When faced with the information that their only daughter was a witch, and that men with sticks had tried to murder her on Thursday, the Grangers did what practical people do, they made lists. They asked questions. They read every book Remus put in front of them, and when Remus put the wrong book in front of them, they asked, politely, for a different one. They learned, in that fortnight, more magic theory than most purebloods learn in a lifetime, because purebloods do not have to learn it, and the Grangers did. They also learned, in that fortnight, how to make 3 kinds of tea in a kitchen that was too small for 2 cooks. Emma, Sirius said, on the 4th evening, from where he was lying on the hearthrug with Harry balanced on his chest and Hermione sitting cross-legged beside him, explaining with great authority how hand-washing worked, you have to move the kettle. I have moved it. Further. It's an inch from the aga. An inch is within grabbing distance of a 1-year-old. He can't, Remus said kindly, from the sink, he can. Emma moved the kettle. Dan, who had gone out that morning to fetch more books, came in with an armful of newspapers and an expression of great thoughtfulness. He laid the newspapers on the table and tapped them. I've been reading the Muggle papers, he said. Oh yes. Remus said. There have been a lot of house fires in the southeast this autumn. Sirius's head came off the rug. How many? 12. In the last 5 weeks. All of them happened to families who, now that I've been to the library and asked some questions at the post office, all look to me, Mr. Lupin, like families that look like my family. Remus went very still. Define, look like your family. Middle class. Dan put his spectacles back on. Muggle, as you call us. And each of them has a child aged somewhere between 2 and 7. Remus and Sirius exchanged a look across the table. It was the look they had shared, at 20, in a common room, upon discovering that a footprint in the snow did not belong to any of them. 12, Sirius said. 12, Dan said. That I could find. Who's noticing? Remus said. Nobody, Dan said. Nobody in your world. Nobody in mine. Except you two, and my wife, and me. Right. Sirius sat up. Harry slid, giggling, into his lap. Right, Moony. I was going to enjoy being a free man for a month. I was going to take the baby to a zoo. I was going to learn to make biscuits. I was going to teach Hermione to swear in French. Padfoot. Instead, Sirius said, we are going to go and find the people who are setting fire to children's houses, and we are going to have words. Harsh words, said Hermione, who was listening with the attention of a diplomat. Very harsh words, darling, said Sirius. Am I allowed to come? No. Am I allowed to learn the harsh words so I can say them to myself in my room? Sirius looked at Emma. Emma, to her great credit, was hiding a smile. She waved a hand at Sirius. Oh, go on, she said. She knows them already. She found out, bugger, on her own last spring, and I'm still trying to work out where. Hermione, Sirius said, lowering his voice conspiratorially. The trick is to whisper them. If you whisper them, they're just as satisfying and nobody gets angry. That, said Hermione thoughtfully, is brilliant. Remus, leaning on the doorframe, watched them. He watched Sirius, cross-legged on the rug, miming whispered swear words into the ear of a 4-year-old girl who was nodding as if she were being told state secrets. He watched Harry, hanging on to Sirius's knee with both hands, trying to stand up. He watched the kettle, obediently an inch further from the edge than it had been a minute ago. He thought, with the part of himself that had spent the last decade expecting things to go badly and being disappointed only when they didn't, that this was already a home, in some deep, structural way, and that anyone who set fire to it would have to set fire to him first. We're going to need, he said aloud, help. Bones, said Sirius. Moody. Shacklebolt. McGonagall. Andromeda. Whoever's left of the order. We go quietly. We don't ask the minister, because the minister is an idiot, and we don't ask Dumbledore, because Dumbledore has a very long view, and when you have a very long view you sometimes miss the child burning at the foot of the hill. Remus smiled, tightly. Pads. I know. I was going to say you're right. Oh. Sirius looked up. Well. Usually. Amelia Bones came on a Wednesday. She came on a Wednesday because Sirius's owl reached her on a Tuesday evening, and she was a woman who did not act on impulse but also did not sit on things. She was tall and straight-backed and gray-eyed, and she wore a woolen coat the color of wet stone, and when she stepped through the front door she looked at Harry, who was crawling furiously across the hearthrug in pursuit of Hermione, who was fleeing him on her hands and knees with great shrieks of exaggerated terror, and she said, I'm not sure I'm in the right house. Miss Bones, said Sirius, kissing her on the cheek. You're in the right house. Mr. Black. Sirius. Sirius. She let him take her coat. Where did you acquire the Granger family? Wait, Sirius said. Who says we've acquired, Sirius? I had breakfast with your cousin Andromeda this morning. Don't waste my time. Fair, Sirius said. Emma Granger, wiping her hands on a tea towel, came forward and shook Amelia Bones's hand with the firm, businesslike grip of a woman who had once been a very good hockey captain. Amelia's eyebrows rose very slightly in approval. Mrs. Granger, she said. Your husband. In the garden. He's doing something with chicken wire. The wards? Yes. He's doing the chicken wire because he says Muggle fences make him feel like the garden is his, Remus said drily. Also he says he doesn't trust magic. Sensible man, said Amelia Bones. I need a cup of tea. Yes, ma'am. She took the cup. She sat down. She looked at Sirius, at Remus, at the child in the rug, at Hermione, who had stopped fleeing and was now sitting on the hearth staring at Amelia with open, fascinated appraisal. "Tell me," Amelia said, "about the 12 houses." They told her, the three of them, in the way old soldiers tell things to an officer they respect. Dan came in halfway through, with soil on his hands, and joined in when he had washed. Hermione tried to help, at intervals. She was gently shushed when she tried to correct dates Dan actually had right. Harry, ignored by everyone for the whole hour, began crying with great offense on the rug until Amelia, without pausing in her note-taking, reached down and swept him up into her free arm as if he were a small oar in training, which settled him completely. When they were done, Amelia closed her notebook and looked at the fire. "I am going to ask you," she said, 3 questions. "I want honest answers. Then I am going to tell you what I am going to do, and I am going to tell you what I am not going to do, and I am going to tell you what you are going to do for me in exchange." "Ma'am," said Sirius. "First. Sirius. Are you sober?" "For 4 days now, ma'am." "Will you remain sober?" "I have a child on the rug, ma'am." "You have 2 children on the rug?" "Yes, ma'am." "Good answer." "Remus. Are your arrangements for the full moon secure?" "Yes, ma'am," Remus said quietly. "There's a cellar. It's been reinforced. I will not endanger the children. See that you don't. Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger. Do you understand that if you remain in this house, with these men, under the protection of these wards, you will be in more danger than you have ever been in your lives, and also, on balance, safer than you would be anywhere else in Britain?" "Yes," said Dan. "Yes," said Emma. "Good. Right." Amelia Bones set Harry back on the rug, where he wobbled for a second and then, triumphantly, sat. She stood up. She put her coat back on. "I am going to find the people doing this. I am going to find them with a task force of people I trust and nobody else, because the ministry is leaking, and I would rather not tell the minister anything at all. In exchange, I am going to require that the 4 of you do not, Sirius Black, take matters into your own hands and begin setting fire to the homes of suspected parties, because my task force will have the greater difficulty arresting them if they are already on fire. Are we agreed?" Sirius opened his mouth. "Are we agreed, Sirius?" "Agreed," Sirius said. "Remus, you are witness." "Witnessed," said Remus. "Good. Mrs. Granger, that is a very fine cup of tea. I will come back next Wednesday. Miss Granger." Amelia stopped at the door. She looked down at Hermione, who was sitting on the rug with her chin in her hands and her eyes like 2 shining windows. "I understand you are 4 3/4. "Yes, ma'am," said Hermione. "Do you know what you want to do when you grow up?" "I want to know everything," said Hermione promptly. "Excellent," said Amelia Bones. "Start with arithmancy. The rest flows from it. Good afternoon." The door shut. The 5 of them, 4 adults and a wild-haired 4-year-old, stood in the kitchen for a long second, staring at the door, like a household that had just been visited by an earthquake that had also offered them advice. "I like her," Hermione said at last. "So do I, darling," said Emma. "She held Harry," said Sirius, slightly dazed. "Harry never lets anyone hold him except us." "She's a senior orar," said Remus. "I expect she's negotiated harder things than a toddler." "I love this cottage," said Hermione, apropos of nothing, and then she climbed into her mother's lap, and her mother looked at her over the top of her head, and her eyes met Sirius's across the kitchen with a question in them that was not really a question. Sirius nodded, very slightly. Emma nodded back. Remus, watching them, with Harry on his hip and a tea towel over his shoulder, thought about the first time he had walked into a home as a boy and realized, with a clench of something beneath his ribs, that not all homes were places you were afraid of. He thought about James, once, saying, at 18, quite drunkenly, that the best thing about getting old was going to be making houses. He thought about Lily, who had bought the curtains for Godric's Hollow without asking James, because she said if you asked James he would simply agree with everything you said, which was, she had said, the finest and most infuriating quality of the whole man. He thought, for the first time in a long time, that they had not lost. They had been dealt a wound. They had lost the best people in the world. But they had been left with the children, and they had been left with the kitchen, and they had been left with each other, and the wound, Remus thought, would be survived, one day at a time, as a werewolf survives a moon. Right, he said aloud. Right, said Sirius. Bath, said Remus firmly. Both of them. Before tea time. Harry is wearing the rug. I don't want a bath, said Hermione. You're 4 3/4, said Sirius reasonably. You don't get to want a bath yet. Come on. I'll let you put bubbles in my hair. All the bubbles. Every single bubble in the bottle, darling. Hermione weighed this offer. She looked at her mother, who nodded. She got down off her mother's lap. She held out her hand to Sirius. Very well, Mr. Black, she said formally, as if agreeing to a treaty. Very well, Miss Granger, said Sirius, and he led her away up the stairs, with Harry bouncing on his hip. Downstairs, Emma Granger put her forehead against her husband's shoulder. Dan Granger, who had grown up in a family in which shoulders were for leaning on and on the whole not much else, put his arms around his wife and held her the way a man holds an umbrella he does not want to put down. Dan, she said, into his shirt. We live here now, don't we? I think we live here now, Em. The mortgage. I rang Jennings this morning. He said we'd probably be able to let it, once the front of the house is mended. Some nice young couple, he said. I didn't tell him the front of the house was mended by a man with a stick. She laughed, damp, into his shirt. Dan. What, love? Our daughter is a witch. I know she is. And she is upstairs having her hair washed by Sirius Black. I know she is. Who was on the news yesterday evening? I saw that too, Em. Emma straightened up. She wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand. Remus, who had the sense, the great working sense of a man who has lived alone too long, not to be in the kitchen during this particular conversation, came back in from the pantry carrying a tin of biscuits. I am going to put the kettle on again, he said, diplomatically, and we are going to have biscuits, and then Dan and I are going to do the washing up, and Emma, you are going to sit in the armchair in the sitting room and not move for a full half-hour. I have learned, from watching Lily Potter, that this is how the thing is done. You watched Lily Potter sit in a chair for half an hour. Dan said. I watched her make James do the washing up while she did, Remus said, which is not, I think, exactly the same, but is in the same library of books. Lily, Emma said. She was Harry's mother. She was. You'd have liked her. Tell me about her, Emma said. While the kettle boils. Remus thought. He put the tin of biscuits down. He looked at the window, where the garden was just starting to go blue with evening. She had red hair, he said. Sirius used to say her hair was so red it was an accusation. She was a healer before she was a mother. She was at St. Mungo's, in the Burns ward, because she said the Burns ward was where they would give her the hardest cases and the best teachers. She kept a list in the kitchen of things James wasn't to do, he was her husband, things like, don't clean the chimney with magic, you blow the whole thing into the sitting room, don't try to feed the baby porridge with your wand, you slopped it onto the cat, things like that. Sirius is, he paused, and then he smiled, a small, private smile, Sirius is on that list twice. For what? First time for teaching Harry to say, pad foot, before mama. And the second? For teaching Harry to say, arse, before mama. Emma laughed aloud. He said he was sorry, Remus said meditatively, and Lily said she had never believed a word out of Sirius Black's mouth for 17 years and she wasn't about to start. Then she kissed him on the cheek and told him to take out the bins. She sounds, Emma pressed her hand against her mouth. She sounds wonderful, Remus. She was the best of us, Remus said. She was the best of all of us. The kettle whistled. From upstairs came the unmistakable sound of a 4-year-old screaming with delight, and a 1-year-old screaming with delight, and a grown man shouting, good-naturedly, not the ceiling, Hermione, not the, oh, bloody hell, that's the ceiling. Dan Granger grinned, leaned his head back against the wall, and closed his eyes. Somewhere, in an old London house, in a room with the door kicked in a field in Scotland where a cauldron had been abandoned, something small and spiteful and cruel and old felt, for the first time since the night of Halloween, that things might not have gone entirely its way after all. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Marauders Hollow. The cottage had a name by the end of November, and nobody could agree later on exactly whose idea the name had been. Sirius claimed, with great feeling and over his second cup of coffee, that he had suggested it first, on a Tuesday, when he had been standing at the back door watching Harry try to eat a leaf. Remus said, mildly, that the only thing Sirius had said on that particular Tuesday, as far as he could recall, was, Padfoot, we really ought to put up a fence, and that the name had come later, and from Hermione, who had come downstairs one morning in a dressing gown 3 sizes too big and announced, over the porridge, that if this was going to be a proper Marauder house it ought to be called a proper Marauder house, like in the stories. What stories? Dan had said. The ones Sirius tells her, said Emma. The ones Sirius tells her which are not appropriate, said Remus. Moony, she is 5 years old. Precisely. We are not raising a nun, Moony. We are raising a Granger. That, Dan said, with a dentist's precise pride, is a fair point. The nameplate went up above the door that Saturday. Dan carved it in the shed out of a piece of elm that had come down in a gale 3 winters back and been drying in the rafters ever since. He would not let Sirius help. He said that Sirius had put a hammer through a wall last Thursday trying to hang a coat hook and he did not trust a man like that within 6 feet of a chisel. Sirius, who had always been in some small way in awe of men who were competent with their hands, accepted the rebuke in good spirits and went to fetch the tea instead. Marauders Hollow, the plate said, in small, even letters with a curl at the end of the H that was the single piece of flourish Dan had allowed himself. That's not flash enough, Sirius said. That is as flash as it's getting, Mr. Black. Add a little dog at the end. A little dog and an antler and I will, Dan said pleasantly, add nothing. Dad, said Hermione, who had begun in the last week to call Dan, Dad, again after 3 confused weeks of calling him, Father, because she had heard someone in a book say it and thought it made her sound older. Dad, can I have some wood? To make a sign for my room? Yes, love. With hinges? Well, love, signs don't usually have hinges. This one does. It's going to say one thing on one side and a different thing on the other. Because I may change my mind. Right. The first side will say Hermione Granger, said Hermione. Sensible. And the second side will say Hermione Granger, do not disturb, I am doing my research. I will put hinges on it, Dan said gravely. Thank you, Dad. She went off with her piece of paper and her 16 carefully numbered questions for the day, to sit in the patch of sun at the foot of the stairs and interrogate Remus on what, precisely, a bezoar was, and Dan, watching her go, put down his chisel and laid his hand on the workbench for a second, because every now and then the full weight of the last month was a kind of sudden bright weight behind his eyes, and he had to wait for it to pass before he could pick up a tool again. Harry's first word, on the 23rd of November, was, dog. He said, dog, Remus called, from the hearthrug. Sirius. Sirius, he said, dog. Sirius, who was peeling potatoes at the sink and doing it, for a change, by hand, dropped the potato into the bowl and was across the sitting room floor on his knees in 2 strides. Say it again, Promslet. Say dog. Dog, said Harry. Good boy. Good boy. Now say Padfoot. Dog, said Harry. Padfoot. Dog. Ah, Sirius said, and he sat back on his heels, and his grin was so enormous Remus thought for a moment the top of his head might come off with it. He's calling me dog. He's not calling you, he is calling me dog, Remus. He knows. How does he know? He's not calling, no, actually, you know what, Sirius, he is calling you dog. Oh, said Sirius, thank God. Harry, darling, you are the cleverest child in England. You are so clever I could weep. He was weeping, a little. It was the third time that weak Remus had caught him at it. The first had been at the radio, when there had been a song on that must have been a song Lily had liked, because Sirius had put his tea down on the counter and stood at the sink holding on to the draining board for a full minute before he could speak. The second had been at the post, at a letter from James's Aunt Doria in which the old woman had written, in her tiny looping hand, Sirius my dear, please know that we do not consider you at fault. We consider you to have been the first friend James had in this world and probably the last, and we wish you would come to lunch soon as Muriel is being impossible again and I should like someone to be rude to her on my behalf. Sirius had taken that letter up to the bedroom and not come down for half an hour. Do you want to hold him? Remus said now. I always want to hold him. Remus passed Harry across. Harry, delighted with his achievement, bumped his small forehead against Sirius's jaw and said, with great satisfaction, dog. Yes, baby. Dog. Yes, my dearest. Dog. Well, Remus said thoughtfully, I suppose I'll be Moony, then. Moony at least has the dignity of being a word he might earn on his own. Say Moony, Harry. Dog, said Harry. All right. There came down the stairs, at that moment, the clear crisp voice of a 5-year-old. What's going on? Has Harry done something? Harry has spoken his first word, Miss Granger, said Sirius. What was it? Dog. I was hoping it would be Hermione, Hermione said frankly. Better luck next time, darling. I am going to teach him to say Hermione by tea, said Hermione, and she stamped across the sitting room floor and sat down on the rug in front of Harry and said, in the slow, emphatic way a teacher corrects a first-year's pronunciation, Hermione. Her. Me own. Nay. Dog, said Harry. Hermione. Dog. Her. Me own. Nay. Dog. I cannot believe, said Hermione, turning to Sirius with great dignity, that his first word was not my name. I am his sister. There was a silence in the kitchen. It was not a long silence. Emma Granger, stirring custard at the stove, did not stop stirring. Dan, at the back door pulling on his garden boots, did not straighten up. Remus, on the rug, did not look at Sirius. Sirius did not look at Remus. Hermione, who had not meant to drop a brick, had dropped the brick and was gazing at it with slightly widened eyes, not sure what was going to happen to it. Yes, said Sirius carefully, after a moment, you are. I didn't, Hermione began. You are, sweetheart, said Emma from the stove. Aren't you? Am I? Said Hermione, and her voice was uncharacteristically small, which was always how you knew Hermione had actually been asking a question she did not yet know the answer to. Sirius sat down cross-legged on the rug. He set Harry in his lap. He reached out, and he took Hermione's hand in his own. He did it solemnly, as a man knights a knight. Hermione Jean Granger, he said. You are Harry's sister. For as long as you want to be. For longer than you want to be, if you like. And if you ever stop wanting to be, which you won't, you are still Harry's sister, because that is not a thing that gets undone. Do you understand me? Yes, Hermione said, in the smallest voice she had. Good, said Sirius. Now teach him to say your name. I have faith in you. She did not manage it that afternoon, but she did manage it a full 3 days before Christmas, at which point Harry called her Mine for 6 months and nobody, anywhere in the house, was permitted to correct him. The first full moon in the new cottage came on a Friday at the end of the month, and Remus had been preparing for it for 2 weeks. The cellar under the cottage had been reinforced by Dan, who had built bookcases for the last 20 years as a hobby and therefore knew exactly how to sink a bolt into a beam, and by Sirius, who knew nothing about beams but who could cast a containment charm that an Auror would have approved of. They had laid a second door behind the first. They had set wards on both doors keyed to Remus's blood. They had carpeted the floor, because Emma had said that if Remus was going to spend 1 night a month lying on it he might as well lie on a carpet. They had put in a small cot with a soft quilt for afterwards, because Emma had also said that if Remus was going to crawl out of the transformation at dawn he ought not to have to crawl onto bare wood to do it. Remus had said, quietly, on the day they finished, that he had never, in his life, had a full moon scene to like this. He had not gone into detail. He had not needed to. Emma had, without saying a word, made up a thermos of beef tea the night before, and Dan had said, in the light polite voice he used for asking if guests wanted more potatoes, "Am I right in thinking you don't care much for company on the morning after, Remus?" That's right," Remus had said. "Then Emma and I will keep the children," Dan had said. "And Sirius, I think, Sirius will take you for a walk. When you're well enough. He'll look after you until you come home." "Dan, it's not a bother, Remus." I will not hear of it," Dan said mildly. "That is my final word as a dentist." On the afternoon of the moon itself, Sirius walked down the garden path with Remus, his hand under Remus's elbow, because Remus had gone grey around the mouth in the way he always did an hour before. Remus paused at the cellar door. "Pads?" "Yes. I'll be all right." "I know. Don't, if she comes to the door. The little one. Don't let her come to the door." "She won't come to the door, Moony. If she does, she won't. But I'll tell her a story. I'll tell her about the afternoon in 4th year when you knocked the headmaster's hat into the lake. That'll occupy her." "Tell her I said good night," said Remus. His voice was very thin. "Tell her I said good night and I love her, and I will be at breakfast." Sirius kissed him on the side of the head. He pushed him, gently, down the cellar stairs. He locked the first door. He locked the second. He stood at the top of the stairs for a long minute, with his forehead against the wood, breathing, because all of this was easier every month and still not easy, and then he went upstairs to where the children were already in their pajamas and the dinner was already on the table, and he sat down at his place and he looked at the empty chair, and he said, in a voice as bright as a bell, "Right. Who wants to hear about the afternoon Moony knocked Professor Dippet's hat into the lake?" Hermione sat up very straight. "That," she said, "is an excellent story." "It is," said Sirius. "It features a 14-year-old werewolf, a very large hat, a complicated wind spell, and a swan." "Oh," breathed Hermione. Harry, in his high chair, banged his spoon on the tray. "Dog," he said. "Yes, darling, and a dog," said Sirius. "An incredibly handsome dog. Arguably the hero of the tale." Emma Granger, cutting potatoes on her plate, did not look up from the potatoes, but her mouth turned at the corner. It was a very Lily Potter sort of look. Sirius told the story slowly. He made it longer than it needed to be. He told the part about the swan 3 times. Hermione laughed so hard custard came out of her nose and she asked for an encore. Harry, who did not understand any of it, laughed anyway because everybody else was laughing, and at some point, around the part where a soaking, squawking headmaster had to climb out of the lake with the hat still on, Sirius looked across the table at Dan, who was eating potatoes with calm attention, and Dan, as if he felt it, looked up and gave Sirius a nod so small it was barely a nod at all. It was enough. It was, for Sirius, exactly enough. Outside, the moon came up. Inside, the dishes were washed and the children went to bed, and Emma sat at the kitchen table with a crossword and Dan in his chair by the fire with a book about Regency architecture he had bought that morning from a charity shop, and Sirius in the armchair opposite with a glass of water, only ever water now, on the little table at his elbow. The cellar was quiet for the first hour. Then it was not quiet. Then it was not quiet for a while, and Sirius sat very still, and drank his water, and stared at a point on the carpet about 6 inches in front of his left boot, and at some point Emma got up without looking at him and put a shawl around his shoulders and sat down opposite him and did not say a word and did not try to do her crossword, and Dan kept reading. All three of them sat in the sitting room until the sound in the cellar thinned, and then Emma stood up and put the shawl around her own shoulders and said, "I'll do the first pot of tea in the morning," and she went up to bed. Sirius did not go to bed. He slept in the chair, because he always did on moon nights and it had been so for years, and in the dawn, he let himself down the cellar stairs, and he sat with Remus until Remus could stand. "Moony," he said. Moony. Hermione has done a picture for you." "Oh God," said Remus, without opening his eyes, in a voice that was half laughter and half a wheeze, "what kind of picture?" "It is a picture of a wolf, Moony. A small, friendly, blue wolf. With a bow tie." Remus laughed. "It cost him." Sirius put an arm under his shoulders and lifted him to the cot and laid him down. He drew the quilt up over his chest. "I'll fetch her later," said Sirius. "When you can smile properly for the photograph." Don't let her see me until I can smile properly for the photograph." "I won't." "Pads." "Yes. I don't know how to do this." "Do what?" Come upstairs." Remus's voice was very tired. "Sit at breakfast. Have a child hand me a picture of a wolf in a bow tie." "I don't, Padfoot, I have never, I know, Moony. I have never done this in my life." "I know. What if you won't?" "I could." "Remus John Lupin," Sirius said, "listen to me. Open your eyes and listen to me. Look at me. Listen. If you think, for 1 second, that any child in this house is in more danger from you, on your absolute worst day, than she is from, I don't know, the teething Cornish pixie we've been raising in the nursery, Pads. Then you have spent too much of your life in rooms alone, Moony, and I am not about to let you do it for another minute. Come upstairs. Drink the tea. Let her give you the wolf. Let me sit next to you at breakfast so that if you fall asleep in your porridge I will eat it before Emma notices. Get up." Remus got up. He sat at breakfast. He drank the tea. Hermione, tongue pinched between her teeth with the effort of ceremony, came to him in her dressing gown and presented the picture of the small, friendly, blue wolf with a bow tie, which he took into his lap and smoothed, with both hands, and put into the pocket of his cardigan, where, it developed over the year, it remained for a very long time, because Remus, unfashionably and unrepentantly, kept small things where a person could feel them without having to look. "It's the best picture I have ever been given," he said to her. "I know," said Hermione, matter-of-factly. "I worked very hard on the bow tie." "You did, sweetheart. Are you feeling better?" "Getting there." "I could read to you," said Hermione. "I have been practicing." "Please," said Remus. She settled at his elbow with her book and she read to him, slowly and carefully and with a pronunciation that was 98% correct, for the whole of the next hour, while Harry sat on the floor at Sirius's feet and chewed contentedly on a wooden spoon, and Emma washed the pan, and Dan read out the cricket scores to no one in particular, and for the first time in his life Remus John Lupin thought, when thinking about the full moon, that what came after it could be a kind of ceremony, the way a harvest was a ceremony, the way a wake was a ceremony, a thing which did not make the loss less, but laid a cloth over the table and gave everyone a chair. The ministry visit came on the 2nd week of December. It came in the form of a neat, lipped woman in a cardigan the color of undercooked ham, who appeared at the garden gate with a clipboard and a fixed smile and a voice that had been manufactured, over a number of years at desks of gradually increasing size, to be as maddening as it was possible for a voice to be. "Mr. Black," she said, when Sirius opened the door. "So lovely to meet you at last. I am Madame Dolores Umbridge, of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. May I come in?" "No," said Sirius, with great courtesy. She continued smiling. "Mr. Black, that would be easier if I could come in." "I have no doubt that it would. It is a routine visit. Purely routine. We simply want to ensure that the living arrangements in this household are within the guidelines recently issued under the Werewolf Registry Amendment Act of, the front garden," Sirius said, very pleasantly, "is a perfectly acceptable place to stand. I shall stand on my side of the gate. You shall stand on yours. You may ask any question you like. Your clipboard may take any note it likes. When you are done, you will go, and I shall have tea." "Mr. Black." "Yes, madam. There is a children, present, I understand." "There are. One of whom is the famous, do not," Sirius said, in a voice that had gone very, very soft and very, very pleasant, "finish that sentence in my garden, madam." Her smile trembled a fraction. It was, Sirius saw, a smile that had rarely been caught out, and which did not quite know how to react when it was. She recovered gamely. "And the other, a little Muggle-born girl, is it?" "The other is my ward, madam." "Your ward," Sirius said. "A legal status. You will have read of it in your reference books. Perhaps even in the footnotes." Her smile was thin as paper now. "Mr. Black. The Ministry has concerns about an arrangement in which an unregistered creature, registered," Sirius said. "Registered as of this morning. I walked him to the office myself. Amelia Bones signed the papers. You will find them in your in tray on Monday morning. I suggest you read to the bottom of page 4. Nonetheless. Yes, nonetheless. The presence of a werewolf in a home with a small child, has been," Sirius said, "the case for approximately 3 weeks. I can report to you, madam, that in that time the children have been bathed, read to, fed, taught their letters, taught their numbers, taken for walks, not permitted to eat worms, not permitted to stay up past 7, not permitted to take any kitchen utensil into the bath with them except a rubber duck, and have both, and I say this with the shock of a man who did not believe it would happen, slept through the night on 2 consecutive nights. I should also report to you, madam, that the werewolf in question has not so much as stepped on one of their toes, madam, and further, madam, that if you come back here with any such suggestion again, I shall take it personally, madam." He smiled at her. He smiled with every single one of his teeth. Dolores Umbridge's pen stopped scratching. She breathed, very quickly, once through her nose. Then she wrote something on her clipboard. "Noted, Mr. Black. Lovely. Lovely to meet you. And you, madam. Have a safe walk back to your portkey." She left. He stood at the gate until she was 3 houses down the lane. He stood there for another minute because he was a prudent man, and when he came back up the garden path he found Remus on the kitchen step, listening. "Padfoot. Moony. You terrify me. I meant to terrify her. You succeeded on both counts." Sirius kicked the door closed behind him. He sat down at the kitchen table. His hands were trembling. He set them flat on the tabletop and waited for them to be still. "She'll be back," he said. "I know. She'll be back with more paper. Yes. She'll try to take the children. She'll try. She won't." "No," Remus said. "She won't." Dan, who had come in at the back door halfway through the conversation, set his boots down very carefully on the mat. He walked to the sink. He filled the kettle. He set it on the stove. We need, he said, as if picking up a conversation begun some other time, a proper understanding with the ministry. Paperwork. A lawyer. Solicitors. A trust. A guardianship order that will stand up in a Muggle court as well as yours, because if they try to take Hermione I want to be able to put them through a Muggle court too, where she will be on paper as our daughter regardless of any magic, and any magistrate who tries to gainsay it I will bring my entire bridge club to bear upon. Your bridge club? Sirius said. Do not underestimate the Crawley Bridge Club, Mr. Black. 2 of them are barristers. I will write to Andromeda this afternoon, said Sirius. She is the best solicitor I know, and she is technically family. Technically. Cousin, said Sirius. Black family. Her mother and my mother would sooner set themselves on fire than speak to one another, which is the reason I like her very much. Dan turned round from the kettle. He leaned on the edge of the counter. He looked, for a long second, at his wife, who had come in through the sitting room with Harry on her hip and Hermione walking beside her, holding her hand. Emma, he said. I think we've gone to war. I think so too, love. We're not very good at wars. We'll learn, love. The last war I was in, Dan said mildly, was a dispute over who should be captain of the first 11 at St. Helens Boys' Grammar. I lost. You'll win this one. I'll have help. Yes, said Emma. You'll have help. She set Harry down on the rug. Harry, bored of being upright, rolled onto his back and began attempting to eat his own toes, which he had just discovered constituted an entirely new source of entertainment. Hermione stood in the middle of the kitchen. She was holding her book against her chest, the way she had learned that grown-ups held folders against their chests when they had something important to discuss. She looked up at all 4 adults, in turn, with her serious, steady, brown-eyed gaze. Sirius, she said. Yes, Miss Granger. Was that woman trying to take Harry and me away? There was a silence. Sirius knelt down on the kitchen floor in front of her. Yes, sweetheart. Because Remus is a werewolf. Yes, sweetheart. Does Remus know she was trying to do that? Yes, sweetheart. Is Remus sad? He is a little sad. Hermione considered this. She nodded, very slightly, the way she did when she was filing something away. She turned. She walked across the kitchen. She went to Remus, who was sitting in a chair, and she climbed, without ceremony, into his lap. She opened her book at a bookmark. She said, in her ordinary voice, "You should read to me, because I am going to sit here for quite a while, I think." Remus had to turn his face into her hair for a second before he could read to her. Sirius, from the floor, saw Dan Granger, sensible, calm Dan Granger, architecture book Dan Granger, boys' grammar school Dan Granger, take off his spectacles and press the heels of his hands against his eyes, and he saw Emma Granger put her hand on the small of her husband's back, and he thought, with sudden, clear, almost painful clarity, that this, too, was now a thing he was going to fight to protect, with the whole of his life. 2 dentists, and a cottage, and a boy on the rug, and a girl. With an important book, and a man in a cardigan with a picture of a wolf in a bow tie in his pocket. He had fought for things before. He had fought for James. He had fought for Lily. He had fought for Remus. He had not, until this month, fought for a kitchen. Right, he said aloud, to nobody in particular, Andromeda on Monday. Bones on Wednesday. I'm going to need a quill. I'll fetch you a quill, said Dan, glad to have something practical to do. He went through to the sitting room. Sirius stood up. He crossed the kitchen. He kissed the top of Emma's head in passing. He bent and pressed his forehead against Harry's, where Harry lay on his back on the rug, and he said, "Hello, dog." "Hello, best dog," and Harry giggled and grabbed a fistful of his hair. "Dog," said Harry. "Dog," said Sirius. "Me nay," said Harry, pleased with himself. Hermione, from the lap of her werewolf, beamed. Christmas was a quiet affair at Marauders Hollow, if by quiet one meant loud. Andromeda came on the 23rd, with her husband Ted and her daughter Nymphadora, who was in her first year as an Auror trainee and who had turned her hair a violent shamrock green especially for the occasion. She scooped Harry off the rug the moment she was through the door, sat down cross-legged on the floor with him in her lap, and proceeded to pull her face into a series of expressions so extraordinary that Harry, within 2 minutes, was laughing so hard he had hiccups, and Hermione, within 5 minutes, had made Nymphadora her personal idol. "Do it again," Hermione said. "Which one?" "The duck." Nymphadora turned her nose into a small, neat bill. Hermione gasped. "Oh," she said. "Oh, I want to do that." "You can't, love," said Nymphadora, who had a northern accent when she wasn't concentrating. "I'm a metamorphmagus. It's a talent. You're born with it." "What am I, then?" "Cleverest 5-year-old in England, by the look of you." "I'm going to be 6 in September." "Cleverest 6-year-old. Save it for the birthday card." Andromeda, meanwhile, unpacked her briefcase on the kitchen table, which was full to the brim with parchment, and which she laid out with the calm precision of a woman who had spent 30 years looking at contracts and knew what one was for. "Sirius," she said. "Andy. I have drafted," she said, "the guardianship orders. For both children. They are signed on our side by Amelia Bones, who has, I should tell you now, told me privately that she will personally see that no ministry official comes near this cottage unless she has signed off on the visit, and that no visit is signed off on unless she is satisfied that the official is not, to use her own expression, a ponce in a cardigan." "God bless Amelia Bones," said Sirius. "On the Muggle side, Dan, you'll sign these, and these, and these, and Emma, you'll sign here, and you'll want to ask your solicitor to countersign on Monday, but I've anticipated his objections and you can take him the note clipped to the back. Hermione, Harry, they are now formally in the care of 4 guardians. Jointly. Equally. No single one of you can be removed without all 4 being removed, and all 4 being removed is, I can tell you as a barrister, impossible, because it would require the removal of one of you for werewolfism, one of you for recent criminal suspicion now overturned, and 2 of you for being muggles, and no single tribunal has the stomach to do all 4 at once." "My God, Andy," Sirius said, staring at the parchment. "I am," said Andromeda Black Tonks, "extremely good at my job." "You are a national treasure. Sign the documents, Sirius." They signed the documents. Nymphadora shut the kitchen door behind her. She leaned on the counter. "Dad," she said, to Ted Tonks, who had just come in with an armful of firewood, "they're doing the papers." "They are indeed. This is a good day." "It is a very good day, love. Mum is going to cry, isn't she?" "Andy doesn't cry on business days, love. That's the rule. She does it tomorrow." Andromeda, signing the last page, did not look up. "I heard that, Ted Tonks." "Heard what, my love?" "You are on the rota for cleaning the roasting pan tomorrow morning." "Cheerful as a carol," said Ted affectionately, and he went to put down the firewood, and in the sitting room a 1-year-old was screaming, "Dog, dog, dog," at a pink-haired Auror trainee who was a duck. In the garden, past the window, a small snow had begun to fall, the first of the winter, early and uncertain and not going to stick. Remus, who had come out through the back door with a bowl of apple peelings for the compost, stood in the middle of the path for a minute with the bowl cradled against his chest and his face turned up to the sky. Sirius, from the kitchen window, watched him. He watched him for a long time. He watched him until Remus felt it, and turned, and saw him, and lifted the bowl in a small salute across the garden, and Sirius lifted his mug in reply. "I used to think," Sirius said to the pane of glass, very softly, "we'd all be dead by 30. "What was that, cousin?" said Andromeda, behind him, signing the last paper with a flourish. "Nothing, Andy." "Liar. Always." She laughed. She said, Go and fetch your werewolf in out of the snow, you fool. And check if the turkey's the right way up. I have a bad feeling Dan's put it in breast down. Sirius went. He brought Remus in out of the snow. He checked the turkey. It was breast down, because Dan, gentle Dan, had been told by his mother that a turkey always went breast down, and Sirius did not have the heart to correct him, because this was going to be the first Christmas in years in which nobody was corrected who did not want to be. He turned the turkey over. He kissed the top of Harry's head as he passed. He kissed Hermione's as well, because she held out hers to be kissed, with the straight-backed patience of an empress. And when Remus slipped in the back door and shook the snow off his hair, Sirius, without looking round, reached back and took Remus's cold hand and drew him into the kitchen with the easy, habitual tug of a man who did not care who saw. On the kitchen counter, Ted Tonks turned down the wireless. Andromeda, sliding the signed papers into her briefcase, shut the clasp with a satisfying click. Right, she said. Carols. Supper. Bed. In that order. Sirius, you owe me. Name it. A glass of the good wine and a kiss on the cheek. I can only spare the wine. You can spare the kiss, Sirius Black. I signed away a Saturday for you. I am family. I am also armed. Fair, said Sirius, and he gave her the wine, and the kiss, and the turkey got itself cooked the right way up at last, and above the door, the little carved sign that said Marauders Hollow turned imperceptibly darker in the snow, and somewhere else entirely, in a place we shall come to, in an old house with the windows boarded, a thin, clever man sat at a desk and lit a match, and by the light of the match drew, with great precision, a small X through the name of the Granger family, and put instead, on a fresh page, a single underlined word, black. The new year came in on the usual kind of wind, the kind that rattles the slates and the kind that rattles the nerves. Hermione had insisted on staying up for it, because she had read in a book that at midnight people said something in French to one another, and she could not fall asleep until she knew what it was. Harry, less principled about the matter, fell asleep on the rug at 8:45 and was tucked into his cot with a blanket and a soft, crooning word from Emma. Remus lit the fire up again. Dan fetched the bottle of port he had been saving since his 40th birthday. Sirius, at Hermione's prompting, taught her to say Bonne Annie in a voice that, he pointed out, a Parisian would accept without quibble. At 11:55, they stood together in the garden with their coats over their pajamas. Emma said, "Count us down, love." Hermione, who took any job of counting down with immense solemnity, began at 10. She said each number as clearly as her mother could have wished. At 0, the 4 adults raised their glasses. Sirius raised his water. Remus, who did not often drink but who drank that night, raised his. To the children, Dan said. To James and Lily, Sirius said. His voice did not break. To the year ahead, said Emma. To the people not yet with us, said Remus, which was a thing he had learned to say, a thing of his own, and which he said quietly without looking at Sirius, and Sirius looked at the sky, and for a moment the sky was not the sky but something older, and then Hermione, too young to carry the whole weight of grief, and too kind to carry none of it, lifted her own glass of lemonade and said, and to the wolf in the bow tie. Remus laughed. Sirius laughed. Dan laughed. Emma, who was crying a little, laughed too. And Hermione, satisfied that the toast was complete, drank her lemonade, and then held out her glass like a seasoned drinker and said, "Another, please. A small one. It is New Year." "It is New Year," said Sirius. "One more, Miss Granger, and then it is very much bed." "Deal," said Hermione. In the first week of January, Sirius sat at the kitchen table with a piece of paper and a quill, and wrote a letter. "Moony," he said. "Yes. Do you think I should write to him?" "To who?" "You know who." Remus, peeling carrots, looked at him. He did not answer quickly. He never answered quickly. "Albus," he said. "Yes." What do you want to say to him? I want to say, Sirius said, that I know he meant well. I want to say that we are all right. I want to say that I am not going to bring Harry to him, that I am not going to bring Harry to anyone, that if he has plans, and I suspect he has plans, he is going to have to come and sit at this kitchen table with me and discuss them like a man. I want to say that I will not be cruel to him, because he was kind to me when I was a boy, but that he is not to imagine I am still that boy. I want to say, Sirius paused. He rubbed his face. I want to say thank you. For putting Hagrid on the steps that night. For sending Hagrid instead of, I don't know who else he might have sent. I want to say thank you, and then I want him to leave us alone until we are ready to talk. Then write it, Remus said. Those exact words. He'll try. Let him try. He is, said Sirius, a very, very stubborn old man. Yes. I am a very, very stubborn young one. Younger, anyway. Don't. You're 40, Padfoot. Moony. Remus smiled into the carrots. Write the letter, Sirius. Sirius wrote the letter. He wrote it carefully. He read it aloud. He changed one word. He sealed it with the wax he had pilfered out of his mother's old writing case, which carried a seal of the Black family crest he had once, aged 16, carved an entirely different rude word into, which he had then, aged 40, after consultation with Andromeda, restored to rights. He sent it off by Ministry Owl, because his own owl, a small tawny named Talia that had been Regulus's once, was in the middle of molting and in no mood for politics. The reply came back the next day, in the tight, looping hand of Albus Dumbledore. It was one sentence long. It said, My dear Sirius, I accept your terms with all the grace an old fool can muster, and I would very much like, when you are ready, to come to tea. Albus. All right then, said Sirius. He stuck the letter on the mantelpiece. Hermione found it within the hour and read it, because a letter on a mantelpiece was, in Hermione's view, a letter on public display. She did not ask about it. She did, several days later, ask Remus, over breakfast, whether Mr. Dumbledore had a beard. He does, said Remus. A long one. A very long one. How long? My arm. Longer, I think. My arms put together. Possibly. Does he tuck it into his belt? I have not asked. We should ask. We should, said Remus, when he comes to tea. When is he coming to tea? When we are ready. Hermione nodded, satisfied that this was a variety of adult business which would be conducted in due course, and went back to her porridge. Sirius, from the other end of the table, watched her. He watched Harry, in his chair, chasing a piece of banana around a bowl with a spoon. He watched Remus, who had started to whistle under his breath, an old tune Sirius had not heard in the cottage before. And he thought, not for the first time that week, that there were worse ways to build a world than slowly, worse ways than kitchen by kitchen, letter by letter, ceremony by ceremony, and that if they could keep going like this, steady as a pulse, for a year or two, they might, between them, raise 2 children tall enough to stand in the wind of whatever was coming next. That afternoon, he took Harry out into the back garden on his shoulders and walked a slow circuit of the apple trees. The snow had melted in the night and the grass was dark and sodden and the air smelled of wet earth and a little of smoke from the chimney, and Harry held on to Sirius's hair with both small hands and said, gravely, dog, 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 at every bird he saw. Yes, Prongslit. Dog. Yes, that's a dog, yes. Dog. Technically that is a magpie, my love, but all right. He stopped at the far end of the orchard. He looked back at the cottage, lit in its windows like a warm small boat at anchor. Hermione was in the kitchen window, writing something in her notebook, Emma was at the sink, Remus was in the sitting room chair, reading, with his legs stretched out. Dan, somewhere, was almost certainly sawing something he did not need to saw, because he found sawing settling. Prongs, Sirius said aloud, Lils. Harry tugged his hair. I am not doing everything right, said Sirius, quietly, to the orchard air. I am going to get quite a lot of it wrong. But I am going to get none of it wrong on purpose. I want you to know that. If you are anywhere where you can hear me, and I do not pretend to know whether you are, and I am only this morning fairly sober enough to worry about it, then I want you to know that. That is my promise. That is my whole promise, about this boy. The wind lifted. A crow called. Harry said, Dog, with great satisfaction, as if he had decided, on behalf of his parents, to accept. Sirius walked back to the house. He stamped his boots on the mat. He set his godson on the kitchen floor, where Hermione immediately claimed him. He sat down next to Remus in the sitting room. Remus, without looking up from his book, put out a hand. Sirius took it. Tea, said Remus. In a minute, Moony. In a minute. They sat. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Diagon and Departure. The letter came on a Wednesday in the last week of July, and there were two of them, brought in by a pair of Hogwarts owls so identical in their haughty grey fluffiness that Sirius said, going out into the garden to collect them, that they had to be sisters. Sisters, Remus agreed, from the kitchen door, drying a mug on a tea towel. Definitely sisters. Probably twins. The one on the left is the older one. How can you tell? She has the withering expression of an older sister. Like your mother's. Worse than my mother's. My mother had two expressions, disapproval and something approximating constipation. This owl has at least four. The owls endured being relieved of their letters with the patient, bored dignity of civil servants who would very much like it if the customer would sign for the parcel a little more briskly. Sirius, tucking both envelopes into his cardigan pocket, gave each owl a bit of bacon from the breakfast plate and let them alight on the kitchen windowsill to wait for replies. He opened the letters at the table, slowly, one at a time, because moments like this were moments to be held in the hand for a second before they were consumed. Remus, who had spread his elbows on the wood, watched him over the top of a cup of coffee. Both, Sirius said. Both of them. Listen to this, Mr. H. Potter, The Small Bedroom, Marauders Hollow, Somerset. He turned the envelope. He's had the small bedroom for 8 weeks. 8 weeks. These people know everything. They always have. And, Miss H. J. Granger, the yellow room, pale yellow, Remus corrected gently. She is very firm about the difference. The pale yellow room, Marauders Hollow, Somerset. Bless the quill office of Hogwarts. Bless every ink-stained clerk with a ruler. Do we wake them? It is 6:20 in the morning, Padfoot. Yes. No. Moony. Let them sleep, Pads. They have 11 years of sleeping to do. Save it until after breakfast. Sirius looked at the letters. He held one in each hand. He turned them, he weighed them, he sniffed them, for heaven's sake, said Remus, and he said, at last, with a sigh, all right. Breakfast first. But I want it on record that it is my adult opinion that we should go up the stairs immediately and knock on both doors. It is on record, said Remus. The record also reflects that I overruled you. The record never forgives you. I don't need it to. The children came down, in order of Hermione first and Harry second, the way they always came down, because Hermione woke at a set hour and Harry woke when Hermione passed his door. They had breakfast. Hermione wanted marmalade. Harry ate most of his porridge and half of hers. It was not until the table was cleared that Sirius, with exaggerated casualness, wandered over to the dresser and fetched down the 2 envelopes and dropped them onto the tablecloth at the places where the children had been sitting. Hermione stared at hers. Is that, she began. Read it, said Sirius. She read it. She read it twice, in the quick, precise, furious way she had learned to read things she suspected of being important. Her lips moved, and when she got to the bottom she looked up, and her eyes were so enormous that Remus had to turn away and put his mug down carefully to keep from laughing out of sheer love. "Harry," she said. She nudged the second envelope along the table. "Harry. Harry. Harry, look." Said Harry, who was 8 and had the attention span of a boy of 8 who was watching his sister become excited. "Harry, open it." "I am." "Open it faster." "All right. All right. All right." He opened it. He was calmer than she was. This had always been the way with the two of them. Hermione rattled, and Harry, grinning, steadied. He read the letter without saying a word. He set it down on the table. He looked up at his godfathers with his father's grin on his face, only a version of the grin that had been sanded smoother by his mother's eyes. "We're going," he said. "You're going," said Sirius. "We're going, Padfoot. With you. To Diagon, to get everything. We're going shopping." "Saturday," said Sirius. "Saturday morning. Opens at 9. We'll be at Flourish and Blots by 5 past." Hermione stood up. She sat down. She stood up again. "Darling," said Emma, coming in from the pantry with flour on her hands. "What on earth?" "I got a letter," said Hermione. "I got a letter, Mum." Emma looked at the letter. She read it over her daughter's shoulder. She held on to the back of the chair with her free hand. "Dan," she called, without turning round. "Dan, come in here, love." "Dan." Dan came. He read the letter. He folded it back up, neatly. He took off his spectacles. He rubbed his eyes. "Well," he said. "Well." "Dad," said Hermione, fiercely, as if the conversation were a rope she was pulling on to see if it would hold. "Dad, I'm going to Hogwarts." "I'm going to Hogwarts, Dad. I'm going to learn potions and transfiguration in defense against the dark arts and charms," said Harry. "And charms, and herbology, and astronomy, and, oh, Dad, I know, love," said Dan. He put his arm around her. He kissed the top of her head. "I know. I'm very proud." "So am I," said Emma. Her voice was steady. She was a woman who made a rule of having a steady voice. It wobbled at the last syllable. "So am I, love." Hermione, abruptly, pressed her face into her father's chest, because she was 11 years old and she had been waiting for this letter since she was 4 and she needed a minute. Harry, leaving the table to stand next to her, put an arm around her shoulders without a word. Sirius Black, who had his whole life been a man of many words, said nothing either. Remus put the kettle on for the 3rd time that morning. The owls on the windowsill, bored now, examined their feet. "Saturday," Sirius said at last. "Saturday. Everyone lives through till Saturday." "Hermione, will you stop squeezing Harry? He can't breathe." "He is a boy and he can take it," said Hermione, through her father's shirt. "That is true," said Sirius. Diagon Alley in July was a thing Harry Potter had been allowed to visit exactly twice in his life, both times in winter, at 10 in the evening, when the shops were closed and the cobbles were empty and Sirius had been able to walk him from one end to the other holding his hand. This was the first time he had seen it in the heat, in the full summer morning press of witches and wizards with lists and mothers and aunts and a great many scuffling small children of his own age and younger. He stopped just past Gringotts and took hold of Sirius's sleeve. "Padfoot." "Yes." "There are a lot of people." "Yes." "They're all looking." "A lot of them, yes." "Oh. You're 11, Sirius said. "You're allowed to be a bit nervous." "I was 111 the first time I walked down Diagon and I was terrified of it." "You weren't 111, Padfoot." "Felt like it." He kept Harry's hand in his. Remus, on the other side, had his hand on Hermione's shoulder. Hermione, for her part, was walking as if nothing on the alley could knock her off her course, with her list in her hand and a pencil behind her ear, and the kind of expression on her face that had been on her mother's face the morning Emma had decided, many years ago, to become a dentist and face a world that had told her dentistry was for men. Dan and Emma, behind them, kept close. Dan's eyes were everywhere. He had not been told to watch for Death Eaters, he had simply understood that he was to watch for Death Eaters, and he watched for them in the easy, workmanlike way of a man who had watched for burglars as a tradesman and now watched for murderers as a father, without fuss, with his hand at the back of his daughter's coat. They had been warned. Amelia Bones had come round on the Thursday and sat for an hour at the kitchen table and gone through a map of the alley shop by shop, pointing out which shops had back entrances, which had trapdoors, which had Ward's key to the Auror office. She had said, "You will probably see no trouble. It is a Saturday. Saturdays are quiet for trouble. But if you do, here is what you do." And she had told them exactly what they were to do. Sirius had nodded. Remus had written a note. Dan had repeated every instruction back like a new intern at a dentist's surgery taking down a first patient's history. Now, in the alley, Dan said, very quietly, to Emma, "Madame Malkin's on the right. I see it. The shop next door to it. The one with the black door. Yes. If anything happens." "Yes, Dan. We take Hermione through that door. Straight through. Not back out to the street." "Yes, Dan." "All right. Dan." "Breathe, love." Dan breathed. Emma, without taking her hand out of her coat pocket, laid a finger against the back of his hand. He nodded, once, to himself. Gringotts first. The goblins were polite, which was to say they were rude in the manner of goblins, which was a thing Hermione had read about and which she had come prepared to enjoy. She greeted the teller in gobbledygook with a careful, painstaking sentence she had learned by heart from a book: "May your stones ever keep their edges, and your gold its weight, and your accounts their balance," and the teller's eyebrows went a fraction of an inch higher, and without a word he tipped his pen at her and the next teller, and a goblin 3 desks down turned his head sharply and looked, and at the second sentence the manager of the hall himself came down from his high desk and stood behind the teller with his hands clasped behind his back. "Madam," he said, to Emma Granger. "Yes," said Emma. "Your daughter is educated." "Yes." "It would please us," said the manager, in the even, slightly mineral voice of a goblin who has been pleased, "if, at the moment of your daughter's 11th birthday, you would do us the great honor of bringing her to this branch of the bank for a cup of tea. At our expense. With any 3 members of your family whom you wish, and also the werewolf, whose service to Gringotts during the last war has been noted in our archives with gratitude." Remus blinked. He said nothing. Sirius, beside him, did not say anything either, but his eyes went soft. "Thank you," Emma said. "We'd be glad to." "Excellent. Your vault, Mr. Black. Please." They went into the vault. Sirius counted out coins with the careless speed of a boy who had never had to count, and paused, halfway, and put a great many more coins into his pouch than he had intended to put, as if he had been, in private, in possession of a list he would not say aloud. "Pads," Remus said, watching. "Moony. You know, I know, Moony. I know. Let me. The boy needs a broomstick. He is in first year. He needs a broomstick, Moony. First years aren't allowed brooms. He needs a broomstick for home, Moony. All right, Pads. And the girl," Sirius said, "needs a trunk with a false bottom. Because she will want, by Easter, to be smuggling books into her dormitory in quantities that are against the law, and I would rather be ahead of it. All right. And, all right, Pads. I'm going to weep if you don't let me buy things. Buy the things, Pads." Out into the alley again. Madame Malkin's for robes, and the whole business took 20 minutes, because Hermione stood on her box and demanded, with great politeness, to know the difference between 2 weights of wool. Madame Malkin, charmed, explained. By the end of the fitting, Hermione had placed an order in addition for a winter cloak of her own design, with a higher collar and a deeper pocket for books, which Madame Malkin accepted with the delight of an old dressmaker being commissioned by a new client of genuine taste. Flourish and blots. Sirius put a hand on the top of his head as soon as the bell rang behind them, because the boy had vanished, and he knew from long experience of Lily Evans what that meant about Hermione. He found her, at length, at the top of a set of wheeled stairs, with 7 books wedged under her arm and an 8th between her teeth. Miss Granger. MMF. Miss Granger, spit out the book. MMF. I will buy them all, Miss Granger. Come down from the stairs. Hermione came down, reluctantly. Harry, who had been patiently waiting his turn at the children's shelf, had selected precisely 2 books, one on the history of Quidditch, and a slim grey volume called Flying with the Cannons that he set down without looking at the price. Sirius bought both for him without a word. He bought the 7 under Hermione's arm. He also bought, from a separate shelf, 5 more, on a number of quite advanced subjects, which he slid into Hermione's pile with the air of a man passing a forbidden sweet. These are N.E.W.T. level, Hermione whispered, scandalized. Put them under the bed, Sirius said. Save them for Easter. Padfoot. Go on. She went. Ollivanders, last of all, because wands ought always to be last. Mr. Ollivander was exactly as Harry had read he would be in a book Remus had loaned him, which is to say, he was a small man in a dim shop with the stillness of a spider and the eyes of a very old, very pale, very clever fish. He stood up when they entered. He looked at Sirius first. Mr. Black, he said. 13 inches, ash, unyielding, dragon heartstring. Yes, Mr. Ollivander. You still have it, I trust. In my coat, where it belongs. Excellent. Mr. Lupin. 10 1/4, cypress, dragon heartstring. Precisely. Mr. Granger. Ah. I do not know you. No, you don't, said Dan pleasantly. Pleased to meet you. And Mrs. Granger. Likewise pleased. Anne, ah. Ollivander's pale eyes came to rest. The young lady. Hermione Granger, said Hermione, holding out her hand. And the young Mr. Potter. Yes, sir. Mr. Potter. It seems only yesterday that your mother was in here choosing her first wand. 10 1/4 inches, willow, swishy. Nice wand for charm work. Your father favored a mahogany wand. A little more power. Excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it, it is the wand, of course, that chooses the wizard. Yes, sir. We shall see what wand chooses you, Mr. Potter. And you, Miss Granger. Hermione was going to go first, because Hermione was going to do everything first today, because Hermione had the Granger temperament and had not stopped vibrating with it since breakfast. Ollivander took out box after box. Hermione tried wand after wand. She was very quiet about it. At the 4th wand her hand trembled, at the 7th her mouth turned down, at the 10th she said, in a voice of precise distress, none of these, Mr. Ollivander, none of these feel, and Ollivander smiled at her, just a little, without showing teeth, and said, Patience, Miss Granger. I have a great many wands. The wand that chose her was a small wand at the back of a small box, 10 3/4 inches, vinewood, dragon heartstring. She lifted it, and the air in the shop, which was a perfectly still air, an air that always felt as if it had been lying for a century between the same 2 pages, stirred against the back of her neck, and a small, sweet breath of what was not quite wind lifted the hair at her temples, and she laughed, from surprise, and Ollivander nodded. Vinewood, he said, for a girl who will grow. Dragon heartstring for a girl who will lead. 10 3/4 inches, because you are not finished, Miss Granger. You are on your way. This wand will be your friend. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Mr. Potter. Harry stepped forward. He tried a wand. It shot sparks from the window. He tried another. The window shut. He tried a third, the clock on the wall stopped. Ollivander turned, slowly, to a very old box at the top of the shelf behind his counter. He took it down. He blew the dust off it with a small, precise breath. He laid it on the counter and he opened it, and for a moment nobody spoke, because there was a subtle thing in the air that had not been in the shop a minute ago. Unusual, said Ollivander. 11 inches, holly, phoenix feather. Supple, but firm. A curious combination. Curious, I say, because, well. Try it, Mr. Potter. Harry took up the wand. A shower of red and gold sparks fell from the tip, a lovely warm shower, as if a Christmas had been lit in the shop out of season. Ollivander stepped back. He put his hands together, fingertip to fingertip. Curious, he said again. Curious, curious. Mr. Potter. Yes, sir. The phoenix who gave a feather for your wand, gave another. Just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand. Its brother, you see, why, its brother, gave you that scar. Harry's hand tightened on the wand. I see, he said, very slowly. Curious, curious, said Ollivander. We must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Mr. Ollivander, said Sirius. Yes, Mr. Black. With respect. Yes. The boy's afternoon is hard enough without prophecy. Can we simply ring it up? Ollivander smiled. It was, Sirius thought, the first time he had smiled properly that day. Of course, Mr. Black. 7 galleons, please. Sirius paid. He paid for the other wand. He said good afternoon to Ollivander, who bent at the waist in an old-fashioned half-bow. They went out into the alley. The alley had got louder in the half-hour they had been inside. The sun had shifted. People had gathered, in a way that was not quite a crowd, on the corner opposite the shop, a small cluster of witches in traveling cloaks, and 2 men in hoods, and, a little way behind them, leaning on the wall with his arms folded and his eyes on the door of Ollivander's, a man with very pale, very well-kept hair and a walking stick that was in fact a wand. Sirius saw him. Remus saw him a half-second later. Dan Granger saw him a half-second after that, because Dan, of all of them, had been watching for him from the moment they had stepped out of Gringotts. Lucius, Sirius said. Sirius. What a surprise. A coincidence. Oh, not at all. Lucius Malfoy, in the late summer sunshine, in a robe the color of wet slate, with a smile as thin as a sheet of paper, pushed himself off the wall and came, at a sauntering pace, across the cobbles. Behind him, Harry saw, there was a boy his own age with pale hair slicked back from a face that was quite pretty if you did not know the family, and the boy was not looking at Harry. The boy was looking at Hermione. Cousin, Lucius said. How delightful. The words out of your mouth, Sirius said, rather make me doubt the meanings of the words. My son, Draco, and I have come to purchase his school things. I do not see his school things. We have not reached the shops. Then by all means, Lucius, reach the shops. I thought, as we were passing, I would pay my respects to young Mr. Potter. Harry looked up at him. He did not say anything. He had been, over the spring, prepared for this. He had been told, in the kitchen, sitting on Sirius's lap, with Hermione on a chair opposite working out her times tables, the names of every family who had stood openly with the Dark Lord, and the names of every family who had stood quietly with him, and the names of every family who had stood against him. He had, at 9, been made to memorize all of it. He had at 10 been able to recite, with his eyes closed, the full list of the sacred 28 and the relevant dates. It had not been, Sirius had said, a game. Mr. Malfoy, he said, very politely. "Mr. Potter. Well met. This is my son." "Mr. Malfoy," said Harry to the boy. The boy, Draco, Sirius had said, Draco like the dragon, named by a mother with ideas above her station, flushed a little. "Mr. Potter. Pleased to meet you." Draco hesitated. He looked at his father. His father's hand was on the walking stick. Draco had, it turned out, been drilled too. "Likewise, Mr. Potter." "This is my sister, Hermione," said Harry, deliberately. The word sister fell into the space between the two men like a small coin on a bar. Lucius's pale eyes flicked to Hermione. Draco's flicked, too, and then, perhaps against his own expectation, stayed. Hermione, who had been about to stick out her hand, paused for a tenth of a second as Harry had briefed her to do, and then extended it with the magnificent composure of a girl who had been rehearsing the handshake for a month. "Miss Granger," said Draco, without waiting for his father. He shook her hand. Lucius's mouth thinned. "We shall meet you at Hogwarts, then," Draco said, and he held Hermione's hand perhaps a second longer than he needed to, as if he had momentarily forgotten to let it go. He dropped it with a small start. He stepped back. "Mr. Potter. Father, I would like to look at wands next, if we may." "In a moment, Draco." "Now, father. Please." Lucius's head turned very slowly and his pale eyes fixed on his son. For a moment Sirius saw, under the family mask, a flash of something quite interesting, which was irritation, and which was also the first time Sirius had seen Lucius Malfoy look not entirely in command of a conversation at which he was present. Draco did not flinch. Draco, indeed, had begun to walk toward Ollivander's door, slowly, not turning around, and Lucius, after a second, with the carefully composed face of a man pretending to have intended what had happened, turned to follow him. He paused at Sirius's shoulder. "A delightful family, Sirius," he said quietly. "Isn't it? Rather larger than one might have expected." "Funny," said Sirius. "I was going to say that about yours." Lucius did not bother to answer. He followed his son. The door of Ollivander's shut behind them. Dan Granger did not exhale until Ollivander's door had been closed for a full 5 seconds. Emma, beside him, closed her eyes briefly. "Was that?" Dan said. "That was," said Sirius. "And the boy is a piece of work," said Sirius, in whom we may have, more interest than I had expected." Why did he speak to Hermione at all?" Remus said, looking after the shut door. "Because," Sirius said slowly, "he wanted to. Because he had been told not to, and he wanted to. Because he had been told she was not worth his hand, and he decided otherwise, in the middle of the afternoon, in front of his father, and," he laughed, under his breath, very softly, "he is going to catch hell for it tonight, Moony." "Hell. And yet he did it. You sound almost fond, Padfoot." "I am not fond. I am, noting." "Hermione?" Emma said. Hermione had not spoken during the whole exchange. She had, in fact, been watching Draco Malfoy's face closely the whole time, with a small frown between her brows, in the way a scientist watches a new experiment go through its stages. She looked up, now, at her mother. "I don't like his father," she said. "Good girl, love. I don't know what to think about the boy." "You don't have to think about the boy yet, darling," Emma said. "He's only 11. So are you. You have 7 years to decide." "All right," said Hermione. And then, with a small, practical shrug, "The main thing is, I have a wand." "You have a wand, love. I am going to go home and sleep with it under my pillow." "You are going to sleep with it in its box beside your pillow," said Sirius, "because wands can go off in the night, my love, and we are not having that." "All right," said Hermione. "Beside my pillow. But close. Very close." They walked up the alley. They bought an ice cream each at Fortescue's, with the coin Sirius had put into Harry's pocket at Gringotts. They went home. The last week before the Hogwarts Express was a blur of trunks. Emma Granger had decided, sensibly, that packing was a project. She approached it like any other project. She made lists, and she ticked them, and she delegated. Dan ticked the box marked hardware, trunk hinges, reinforced corners, label with home address stenciled on the inside of the lid in case of loss. Remus ticked the box marked education, extra parchment, new quills, 3 bottles of ink, because 3 bottles of ink was a magical phrase in the Lupin household meaning 1.5 will arrive at Hogwarts unbroken. Sirius ticked the box marked miscellany, which, it transpired on inspection, meant a small bag of chocolate frogs, a new pair of socks, in case your feet grow on the train, a folded photograph of James and Lily on their wedding day, so you have them to put on your bedside table, Prongslet, and a tin of biscuits Emma had baked the night before, for sharing, Harry, darling, with your new friends, and not with Hermione alone, though she will want them. On the morning of the 1st of September, King's Cross Station was loud. They went through the barrier as a family of 6. Sirius went first, to clear the way, then Harry with a clean run and a grin so wide it was very nearly his father's, then Hermione, who shut her eyes at the last moment and nearly broke her grandfather's trolley by gripping the handle too hard, then Emma and Dan together, hand in hand, and last of all Remus, looking younger than he had looked in a month, who smiled at the steam as if he had met an old friend. Platform 9 3/4, Hermione whispered. Mum. Dad. Oh, Mum. I see it, love. It is exactly as in the book. Better than in the book, Emma said, and her voice was steady. Look at your brother. He is levitating with excitement. I am going to have to tie a string to him or he will go up over the station. Harry, who had in fact risen onto the balls of his feet and was bouncing on them as he searched the crowd for what, he did not know, gave her a brilliant, ordinary, 11-year-old grin. Dog, he said, under his breath, for old time's sake. Dog, said Sirius, and he reached out and ruffled his hair. They found an empty compartment. They loaded the trunks. Hermione, at the window, waved her list at her mother. Harry stood at the door with his hands shoved in his pockets, the way Sirius shoved his hands in his pockets when he did not know how to say goodbye. Prongslet, Sirius said. Padfoot. Listen. I'm going to miss you. I know. I am not going to be good at not seeing you for 4 months. I know. I shall write you every day. Padfoot, every single day. You will get a letter with breakfast. If my letter has not arrived by the toast, you write to me immediately and I will know the owl has been intercepted. Padfoot, said Harry, laughing, you will be out of parchment by October. Dan is buying me extra parchment. I am anticipating. Moony, I will restrain him, said Remus, to 1 letter a week. I promise. 2 letters a week. 2 letters a week, Pads, fine, but not every day. Harry laughed. Sirius, at the laugh, took him suddenly into a tight, hard, fierce hug, a hug that smelled of bay rum and tobacco and the particular soap Sirius always bought because Emma had said it was the soap James had always bought, which Sirius had not known, and which, when he found it out, he had gone back to the shop and bought 6 bars of. I love you, Sirius said into Harry's hair. I love you, Padfoot. Right. I will. If anything happens, I know. Be with your sister. Padfoot, I'm always with my sister. Keep being. Yes. He stepped back. Remus, saying nothing, drew Harry in for a quiet, quick hug, and set his hands on the boy's shoulders, and looked at him for a count of 3, and let him go. Emma hugged Hermione for twice as long as she meant to. Dan hugged her for an even longer time than that. Hermione, for the first time in her life, hugged him back rather than accepting a hug, and she said, into his shirt, I will be home for Christmas, Dad. I promise. Yes, love. I promise. Yes, my darling. The whistle blew. Harry and Hermione swung up into the carriage. The doors slammed. The whole train took a small breath and began, with a low hiss, to roll. Wave, Sirius said urgently to the platform around him. Wave properly, all of you. All of you at once. Don't let her remember us as unenthusiastic, she will hold it against us forever. Sirius, Emma said, laughing, she is 11. She is going to school. She will have much greater grievances to hold against us before the year is out. I do not doubt it, Sirius said. But I should like her to start with a good impression. They waved. They waved until the train cleared the end of the platform. Hermione's face was in the window, and Harry's, and Hermione was waving with both hands like a small mad diplomat, and Harry was waving with one and using the other to hold Hermione upright because she was leaning so far out. Sirius waved. Remus waved. Dan and Emma waved. The train diminished. The steam took it, the curve of the rails took it, the station silence, slowly, took them back. Sirius did not move, after. He stood on the platform with his hand half raised for nearly a minute. Remus, without touching him, stood next to him, close enough to catch him if his knees went, which was an old, well-learned trick of 100 platform 9 3/4 goodbyes. Emma, on the other side, reached out without looking and took Dan's hand. Pads, Remus said. Pub. Yes, Sirius said, a little hoarsely. Pub. And the paper. And the worry until the first letter comes. Deal. Mooney. I am about to be very, very dramatic. I know. I apologize in advance. Apology accepted, Padfoot. Come on. There's a pub in the Arches. I've wanted a proper pint for 6 weeks. They went. Dan and Emma went with them. The station clock struck 11. Somewhere to the north, the Hogwarts Express, full of children and owls and a girl with a wand in a box by her knee and a boy with a photograph of his parents in the bottom of his trunk, climbed into Scotland through the green afternoon, and in a compartment, a moment after the pub doors of a small King's Cross public house shut behind 4 damp adults, a blond boy with a walking stick of a father nodded at his friends and then, to their great surprise, stood up and walked down the corridor. Looking, with a small tight frown, for a compartment in which he had certainly noticed, a girl with a great deal of hair reading, with an upright back, a book she was too young for. He found the compartment 3 carriages down and knocked, stiffly, at the door. Hermione looked up. Harry, from the opposite seat, looked up too, and his hand, without fuss, moved to his pocket, where his wand was. Beside Hermione, a red-haired boy in a slightly too small jumper, introduced an hour earlier as Ronald Weasley, stopped mid-bite of a chocolate frog and said, "Oh. It's the Malfoy." "Weasley," said Draco. "Malfoy." Draco cleared his throat. He looked at Hermione. He ignored Ron entirely, which was a relief to all present, because Ron had the look of a boy who had been raised on the story of Malfoys as a parable for why you did not eat pudding before supper. "Miss Granger." Hermione closed her book, with her finger marking her page. "Mr. Malfoy." My father is not on the train." "I can see that." I wanted to say, he took a breath. He glanced, once, at Harry, and then back to Hermione. "I wanted to say that I was rude to you, in the alley. And to Mr. Potter." "I didn't, it wasn't meant to be rude to you. You were polite to me in the alley. I held your hand. For a great deal too long." He blushed, very clearly. "Yes. Well. That was I'm sorry." Hermione considered him. She considered him for a long, calm second. She did not smile. She did not frown. Ron, with wide eyes, watched her as if she were sentencing a criminal. Apology accepted, Hermione said at last. Thank you. On one condition. Yes. You tell me your mother's name. Draco stared. Narcissa Black, he said automatically. Narcissa Malfoy. Black, you said first. Yes. Then you are my brother's cousin's cousin, which makes you, after a fashion, his cousin. Do you accept that relationship? Draco's mouth opened a little. Because, Hermione said, with the kind of calm, terrifying politeness she had learned, over the years, from watching her mother talk to difficult patients, my brother is Harry Potter. And my father is Sirius Black. And I am a Muggle-born witch, and I am also a Granger, and I am also, since you asked in the alley, his sister. You will be at Hogwarts 7 years. You will see us every day for 7 years. You will have to decide, for yourself, whether the cousin arrangement is acceptable to you. You do not have to decide now. You may decide later. But I would like to know, when you decide, that you have decided, and not merely drifted. There was a silence in the compartment. Draco stared at her. Harry's mouth was curving very slowly into the sort of grin Sirius would have recognized from across a Quidditch pitch in 1976. Ron, with great solemnity, put his chocolate frog back into its wrapper. Draco said. Take your time, Mr. Malfoy. I have not, nobody has ever said that to me before. I imagine not. Father, I know, Hermione said. I told you. Take your time. Draco nodded. He opened his mouth again. He shut it. He said, Thank you, Miss Granger, with the tone of a boy who had been told, at great speed, to enjoy his meal. He turned. He walked out. He slid the door shut very carefully behind him. Harry waited for the click. Then he said, Hermione. Yes. That was the scariest thing I have ever seen a person do. Good. Sirius is going to lose his mind when I write to him. Write to him tonight, please. Ron, whose ears were still pink, said, Blimey. Hermione, serenely, reopened her book. The sorting hall smelled of wax and the long green soap they used to polish the benches, and Harry, whose name had been whispered up and down the aisle for 10 minutes, walked up to the stool with his chin set in a way Sirius would have recognized as James's chin and his step a little too quickly so as not to give anyone time to clap. The hat dropped over his eyes. The hat spoke, into his ear, in a small papery voice. Oh ho, it said. Aha. Aha. Yes. You have been, raised. Very well raised. That's unusual. Not difficult, good. Easier with raised children. Unless you'd like to be difficult. No, sir, whispered Harry. Polite, too. Raised well. Right. Let's see. Brave. Oh, very brave. Brave like your father. Kind like your mother. Stubborn like your godfather. Gentle, now that is from the werewolf, isn't it? How interesting. Such a house for you to have. You could be, Slytherin would do well by you. You have the ambition for it, quite a lot of ambition tucked away in there. You want to be good. You want to be good at things. But, please, sir, said Harry. Please. Oh, Gryffindor, is it? My sister will be Gryffindor, sir. Ha, said the hat, amused. Will she? I know it. And if she isn't? Then I shall be with her wherever she is. Aha, said the hat. There's the answer. There's the whole answer, in fact. It was silent for half a second. Then, very loudly, it said, Gryffindor. The table exploded. Harry went to it on legs that were not, just at that moment, quite his. He sat down. The twin ginger boys further up the table, he would learn their names later, shook his hand with a straight-faced, beautifully rehearsed solemnity. When Hermione's name came, Granger, Hermione, she walked up to the stool with her eyes straight ahead and her chin precisely the way Emma Granger's chin had been the morning Emma had said to a man at a dental conference in 1982 that no, she would not be taking minutes, thank you. The hat settled on her head. It did not stay long. Gryffindor, it bellowed, a fraction of a second before the brim had even touched her ears. She walked to the table. She sat down next to Harry. Her back remained straight. Ron Weasley, on the other side of Harry, exhaled in the voice of a man whose team had just scored a goal. Harry, without saying anything, put his hand under the table and took Hermione's. Hermione squeezed it once, hard, and let it go. When the name Malfoy, Draco was called, Draco stepped up, under the eyes of the whole hall, and the Slytherin table leaned forward as one creature to claim him. He sat with his shoulders very straight on the stool. The hat was on his head for a very long time. 40 seconds. 50. A minute. Hermione, at the Gryffindor table, watched him with her chin in her hand. Slytherin, the hat said at last, with something in its voice that sounded very nearly like disappointment. Draco rose. He bowed, briefly, to the Slytherin table. He walked to it. He sat down. Before he did, he glanced, once, across the hall, at the Gryffindor bench. Hermione met his eye. She did not smile. He did not smile. They looked, and looked away, and at the high table, Professor McGonagall's lips twitched once, very slightly, because very little escaped her, and a boy looking across a hall at a girl who had told him to take his time was the kind of thing she filed. Harry, beside his sister, laughed quietly into his water goblet. He's going to think about that all year, he said. Good, Hermione said serenely. Hermione. You are my hero. Good, Hermione said. At the staff table, a tall thin man with hair the color of a crow's wing watched the Gryffindor table with a stillness that was peculiar even among wizards. Professor Snape did not often allow himself to stare at students. He allowed himself, tonight, to look at the boy with his father's hair and his mother's eyes, and then at the girl beside him with her muggle-born chin and her werewolf-raised manners, and he closed his eyes for the briefest moment, as a man does when he has been handed a puzzle with the pieces in the wrong box. Well, well, he said under his breath. And at the far end of the hall, above a goblet of wine, Albus Dumbledore, who had said very little at Marauders Hollow on his one and only tea visit the previous March, and who had been told, at that tea, by Sirius Black, precisely where he might keep his very long views, smiled into his beard, because the year, whatever else it was going to be, was not going to be boring. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Lions and Wolves. The first letter Sirius received from Harry was, as promised, waiting by the toast on the second morning of the school year, and it said, in Harry's round and perfectly ordinary handwriting, Padfoot, we are Gryffindors both. The hat dithered on Draco Malfoy for almost a minute, which is apparently the longest it has dithered in 6 years. Hermione made him cry on the train, but do not tell Hermione I said so because she thinks he merely coughed. Ron Weasley is my friend. We have a ghost in our tower who is called Nick and is missing 90% of his head. Professor McGonagall turned into a cat for us during the welcome speech, which I think was meant as a warning. Hermione had already read the textbook and raised her hand before McGonagall had finished. Love to all, including Prongs and Padfoot and Moony, and to Mum and Dad and to Mrs. Fig. H. Sirius read it aloud at breakfast. He read it 3 times. Emma Granger's eyes filled the first time at the word Mum. Dan Granger's filled the second time at the word Dad. Remus's filled both times because he was a man who in his secret life cried at tea advertisements. Sirius, who did not on principle cry before 10 o'clock, cried anyway. He writes like his father, Remus said. He writes like his mother. She had that way of telling a joke by the time she got to the full stop. She did. He is going to be insufferable about the hat story. He is going to be insufferable about all of it. Good, said Sirius. He is entitled. He kept the letter in his shirt pocket for 3 days. On the 4th, he pinned it to the corkboard above the kitchen sink, underneath a photograph of Harry and Hermione on the platform and next to a faded Order of the Phoenix roster he had not, in 11 years, had the heart to take down. Letters arrived from Hogwarts on Tuesdays. On Wednesdays, Sirius wrote reply letters. On Fridays, Remus did. Dan and Emma, after the first week, took to writing postcards every other day, small ordinary notes. The crocuses are up in the front garden, the post office has moved its queue line by the door, I have had to replace 2 of Mrs. Clark's crowns again, what dreadful teeth, because they had agreed, quietly between themselves, that their job was to be as normal as possible, so that when Hermione came home at Christmas she would find them precisely where she had left them. The trick with children, Emma had said, is not to surprise them on the way out of childhood. They do enough surprising on their own. So on Tuesdays there was news, and on Wednesdays and Fridays there were letters, and on every day, Dan said thoughtfully one evening, there was worry, not the gnawing kind, but the ordinary, slightly warm kind of worry that is the second heartbeat of any parent with a child in the middle distance. And for 6 weeks the only thing to worry about was whether Harry would remember to turn his socks inside out. Then, at the end of October, the troll got in. Harry was the one who saw it first, and the manner of his seeing was this: Professor Quirrell, his defense against the dark arts teacher, ran into the Halloween feast with a scream like a scalded cat and announced that a mountain troll was in the dungeons, and while the rest of the hall was still processing the information, while Dumbledore was still rising to his feet, Harry looked across to the Gryffindor table and saw that Hermione was not there. Hermione was not there because Ron Weasley had, earlier that afternoon, in a fit of temper brought on by his own charms homework, said something exceptionally stupid about her hair and her voice and the hand she kept putting up in class, and Hermione, who had come home from Crawley wrapped in the armor of 3 brothers she didn't have and of parents who had never once laughed at her for asking a question, had heard him the way a deer hears a branch break, gone pale, and walked straight out of the classroom without, for the first time in her life, packing her books. Lavender Brown had found her in the first-floor girls' bathroom and left her there, because Lavender did not at 11 know what to say to a crying girl except, "The bell's gone," which she had said kindly and backed away from. Hermione had not come out. Hermione had not come to the feast. Ron, who was, whatever else could be said of him, a boy whose family had raised him to know when he had been wrong, had gone gradually the color of his own hair through the afternoon, and the color of a tomato through the feast, and by the time Quirrell ran in, he was saying, with miserable conviction, around a mouthful of potato, "Oh God, she's not here, she's not here, she's still in the first-floor bathroom," Harry said. "Come on," said Ron, already standing. They did not wait to be dismissed. They slipped under the confusion of the hall, Dumbledore was speaking, prefects were hurting, and they went out of the side door in a dead run. What no one knew, because no one had been watching for it, was that in precisely the same minute, at the high table, a thin tall man in black whom the students called Professor Snape had stood up, looked once at Dumbledore, received a look back, and moved with great quietness towards the third-floor corridor, because Professor Snape had noticed, over a year of paying careful attention, that Professor Quirrell's turban was not in all respects a turban. And that, too, is a thing we shall come to. But Harry and Ron were on the first floor, not the third, and the troll was between them and the bathroom door. It was enormous. It was pale gray and it smelled, even from 20 feet away, of something ancient and wet. It was carrying a club as long as Harry was tall. It had its head down, it had its eyes, or rather its mouth, on the bathroom door. It was snuffling. "Oh God," Ron whispered. "In," Harry said. "In." "The door, Ron, the door, it's between us and the door, we have to," he did not finish the sentence, because at that moment the troll swung its club with the long, slow, stupid inevitability of a pendulum and the door fell inwards, and somewhere beyond the splintering wood a girl screamed, and the scream had something in it that Harry recognized. It had, underneath the fear, the particular clipped, appalled, offended quality of a Granger screaming because something had disturbed a book. He moved. He did not think. Ron, at his shoulder, moved too. Ron was a good deal heavier than Harry had thought, and faster than Harry had thought, and braver than Harry had thought, and it was Ron who went left, shouting, "Boy, you great lummox!" at the top of his voice, and it was Harry who went right, diving under the outstretched arm of the troll, and it was Harry who skidded on the wet tiles of the girls' bathroom and came to a stop 3 feet from Hermione Granger, who was sitting on the floor under a sink with her wand out and her face streaked with tears and an expression of pure, ferocious, terrified anger on it that he had not seen on her face since the time, in the back garden, she had found Harry trying to climb the apple tree on one leg. "Harry Potter," she said. "Hi. Stand up. Move. Over here. Over here, Hermione, move, move, move." The Trolls Club came down where she had been sitting. The basin exploded. Water burst up from the broken pipe in a fountain that reached the ceiling. Hermione was on her feet, wand up. Ron was shouting, from the other side of the bathroom, something that was either a spell or a very long swear word, and a piece of rubble shot across the air and clocked the troll square in the middle of its back. The troll turned, slowly, the way an oil tanker turns, and looked at Ron. "Wingardium Leviosa," Hermione said. She said it calmly. She said it correctly, with the swish and flick her parents had paid for her to learn at home with her terrifying new tutor before term began. She said it while on her feet in an inch of cold water with a tear still running off her chin. The Trolls Club, in mid-upswing, lifted out of its hand and rose, wobbled, and then, because Hermione had always been precise, hovered, tilted, and dropped itself, very smartly, on the crown of the troll's head. The troll stared, briefly, as if it had been sent a very rude letter. It took a single step sideways. It fell forward onto its face. There was a silence. Ron, from somewhere behind the door, said, "Oh." "Hermione," said Harry. "I know." "Hermione." "Harry." "Hermione, that was, I know. That was, she burst into tears. Harry, who had never been terribly good at hugs unless Sirius was there to demonstrate, hugged her anyway. Ron, limping in through the broken doorway, looked at the fallen troll, and at Hermione, and at Harry, and said, in a voice hoarse with relief, "I owe you the biggest apology in the world and I am going to make it later, Granger, but first, are we in a lot of trouble?" "Quite a lot of trouble," said Professor McGonagall from the doorway, in the voice of a woman who had been running up a flight of stairs. "Quite a lot of trouble, Mr. Weasley, yes, indeed." The 3 of them turned. McGonagall was there. So was Snape, behind her, limping, an injury to his leg that Harry noticed only because Sirius had trained him to notice such things. So was Quirrell, trembling in a way that seemed a little too rehearsed. So, behind them all, was Dumbledore, who looked at the troll, and at Hermione, and then at Harry, and who smiled, a very small, very private smile, in the depths of his beard. "Explain yourselves," said McGonagall. "It was my fault, Professor," Hermione said, because lying, even then, did not come easily to her. "I went looking for the troll. I thought I could handle it." McGonagall stared at her. It was plain on her face that she had not, in her professional life, expected to hear that sentence from an 11-year-old girl, and that her reaction to it was going to take several seconds to assemble itself. "Miss Granger," she said. "Yes, Professor." "That was extremely foolish." "Yes, Professor. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for your appalling lack of judgment." "Yes, Professor." "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. Not many first years could have taken on a fully grown mountain troll and lived. 5 points each for sheer dumb luck. The 3 of you will go back to Gryffindor Tower. Now. The feast will be resumed in your common room." "Yes, Professor." "Miss Granger." "Yes, Professor." "A word," McGonagall said, more gently, "about the levitation charm, in my office, tomorrow morning after breakfast. I should like to note the phrasing." "Yes, Professor." They went. Behind them, Professor Snape, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, watched them go with the expression of a man who has just been, against his will, rather impressed. He turned. He caught Dumbledore's eye. "That girl," he said, quietly. "Yes, Severus. That girl is Remus Lupin's child." "Raised, yes. I thought, one does not, Severus." "No," said Dumbledore. "One rarely has the opportunity. One ought to remark upon it when one does." Snape did not reply. He turned and walked, limping, down the corridor, with his sleeve caught delicately between two fingers so as not to let the hem drag through the troll water, and on his thin face, had anyone been looking, was something approaching, not fondness, nothing so easy, but recognition. Which was, in Severus Snape, a near neighbor of respect. Sirius's letter, when the story reached him, in Hermione's own neat copperplate, because Hermione had written the full account in the common room that night while Ron lay on the rug groaning his remorse and Harry pretended, for her sake, to be asleep, was 20 pages long. Most of it, Remus said reading over his shoulder, was underlines. "I am proud of you," Remus read out. Underline. "I am proud of you," underline, "I am proud of you," underline. Pads. Yes. There's a comma in the 7th line that has 8 underlines. The comma was a very good comma, Mooney, and deserved it. Right. Read on. However, skip the however. However, Hermione Jean Granger, comma, if you ever try to face down a mountain troll by yourself again, without so much as an adult, without so much as an alert to a prefect, I will." Remus paused. "Padfoot, did you really write this?" "I did. I will come to Hogwarts in my dog form and drag you home by the collar of your school jumper. I stand by every word." Pads. Mooney. You do realize she only went to the bathroom in the first place because a small boy called her a nightmare. Sirius's jaw tightened. "I know. And that she went to find the troll, not because she meant to be brave, but because Ron Weasley was in the feast and she didn't know a troll was loose because nobody had come to find her, because nobody had noticed she was not in her seat because she is new, Padfoot, because she is Muggle-born and because she is a bit much and because nobody has learnt yet what we know." "I know, Mooney." "Then write that into the letter." Sirius looked at the letter. He picked up his quill. He wrote, in a small neat scrawl in the margin, "Miss Granger, I take it back. I retract the threat of the collar. You did exactly right. Except for the next time tell a grown-up part. Love you fiercely. Pads." He sent it off with the Morning Post. And in the small office at the foot of the staff tower, Minerva McGonagall received, that same Tuesday, a letter addressed in the unmistakable hand of Sirius Black, and which began, "Dear Minerva, I am writing to you as a concerned parent, not a concerned alumnus, and I wish you to understand the difference." She read it to the end. She read it twice. She wrote back. She wrote back in her own unmistakable hand, and what she wrote was this: "Mr. Black, I received your letter and I assure you that the matter is being taken very seriously. Our new head of house for the upper years, Professor Lupin, has, I trust, already written to you on the subject. Oh, do not pretend you do not know your own husband has accepted the post, and between us, I think, we shall see that no Gryffindor is ever again unremarked in her absence from supper. I will not comment on your advice that the head of Slytherin ought also to have a werewolf father. I will only say that I begin to see how your particular household was formed." Minerva Remus, who had not until that moment been allowed to read the letter, took it out of Sirius's hand with great slowness and read it twice. Sirius. Yes. Her husband. It was a slip of the pen. I did not notice. Did you not, Pads? No. Sirius. I had accepted the post before she wrote. I did not, technically, say no. Sirius. It is a brief appointment, Mooney. It is only for the rest of the year. She wrote me a month ago. I was going to tell you. I was going to raise it, over over tea. Over tea. Yes. Sirius or in black. Yes, Moony. You were going to, Remus put the letter on the kitchen table. He sat down. He placed both his hands flat on the wood, the way a man does when he needs the table's solidity to steady himself. Pads. The ministry. Umbridge. The registry. You cannot bring a werewolf into, Moony. Padfoot, no. Moony. Listen to me. Listen. Bones has spent the whole autumn putting in paper. The registry has been softened. The post is a temporary one, a month and a half over the spring, for dueling and basic spell defense. Dumbledore did not ask me. I asked him. And I asked him because, Sirius took a long breath. Because I will not, Moony, sit in this kitchen while Hermione is crying on a bathroom floor. I will not. I cannot. If she is to be at school, I am to be at school. Not all the time. Not for every class. But when she needs me. When Harry needs me. I cannot do it alone. I need you with me. Remus did not answer for a long minute. He stared at the letter. You were going, he said slowly, to tell me over tea. I was. You bastard. Moony. You utter bastard. Moony. When does the term start? First week of January. We've 6 weeks. Yes. I am not certain I can. Moony. Padfoot, I am not qualified. Moony, you have a defense against the dark arts in 3 subjects and a wolf for half your life and a very, very easy way of explaining spells to children, and you have never, in your life, been paid for teaching, which you are very well qualified to do and which I will not hear you sulk about. Now. Coffee? Remus began to laugh. He laughed unwillingly, wrenched out of him, with his head in his hands. Coffee, Sirius, yes. Yes, make me a coffee. And a very, very large biscuit. 2 biscuits. 3. 3 it is. Christmas, that first year, was a Christmas of trains and small, specific joys. Hermione came off the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross with her hair tamed, for once, into a plait, her tie straight, a book under her arm, and a quite astonishing vocabulary of words that Emma Granger, watching, decided she would pretend not to have heard. Harry came off behind her, 3 inches taller than he had been in September, with his Gryffindor scarf wound twice round his neck, waving at Sirius as if Sirius were a ship come in. Ron Weasley had been pressed into holding Harry's owl's cage and was staggering under the weight of it. Mrs. Weasley, at the far end of the platform, was loudly numbering her own children. Prongslit, said Sirius, and he held his godson at arm's length and looked him up and down, and shook his head. Prongslit. You have grown an inch. 3, said Harry, proudly. Do not grow again until you are home. I cannot promise, Padfoot. I shall speak to Moony. He will feed you less. Not a chance, said Remus, gently. He leaned in and pressed his forehead to Harry's for a second, which was a greeting the two of them had invented over the summer and which was by now a ritual. Welcome home, love. Moony. You've been brave. I've tried. That's all I ask. On the way home in the car, which was the old blue Ford Estate Dan had bought the year before Hermione's letter and which had a noise under the bonnet which Dan pretended not to hear, Hermione talked for an hour without drawing breath. She talked about transfiguration and the 28 ways Professor McGonagall could silently correct a diagram. She talked about Professor Flitwick, whom she had decided was a small treasure. She talked about the library, which she had formed a particular friendship with, and which she said with satisfaction, already convinced to give up 3 books it did not normally surrender to first years. She talked about Ron Weasley and his apology. He apologized with his mouth full of mince pie, which I have decided to regard as sincere, and she talked about Neville Longbottom, who had once spilled a cauldron of boil-cure potion on Seamus Finnegan because he had been watching her in Transfiguration and lost his footing. "He was watching me?" Hermione said, incredulous. "He was watching you," Harry said. "Is he in love with me?" "No," Harry said firmly. "He is in awe of you. It is not the same thing." "Are you sure?" "I am sure." "Good, because I am 11, and I do not have time for that at all yet." Sirius, driving, laughed so hard he very nearly missed the turn at Wincanton. The cottage was warm. It was warm with the enforced warmth Emma had built up over the last month in anticipation of her daughter's return. Every fire was lit. Every radiator was on. A neighbor's cat was curled on the hearthrug where it had not been the last time Hermione had been home. A small, tastefully conservative Christmas tree stood in the sitting room corner, because Emma did not believe in large trees, and beside it Dan had, by way of compensation, hung more fairy lights than strictly decent around the door frames of the kitchen. Hermione stopped in the middle of the sitting room rug. She stood very still. She looked at the fire, at the tree, at the kitchen table visible through the door, at the photographs on the mantelpiece, the three of her first day of school at Hogwarts, the one of Harry grinning over the Christmas pudding the year before, the very old one of James and Lily on the stairs at Godric's Hollow that Sirius had finally put up over the autumn, and the new one, taken that August in the back garden, of Harry and Hermione sitting on the apple tree branch like two birds. Her lip trembled. She put a hand on the back of Dan's chair. "Hermione," said Emma, very gently. "Mum." "Yes, darling. I've missed this rug." "I know, love. I have missed this rug more than I thought I would miss anything." "I know. Mum, come here, darling." She went. She leaned her head against her mother's shoulder, and for the span of about 10 seconds she did nothing at all, and then, with the pragmatic Granger shake of the head, she stood up, took off her coat, and said, "Is there tea?" "There is tea, love." "Right," said Hermione. "Then we shall start." They wrote to Draco Malfoy on Boxing Day, because Hermione insisted. She had the letter drafted by breakfast. She read it aloud, over the porridge, to the entire table. It said, "Mr. Malfoy, I hope you are having an acceptable holiday. I am writing to you because I have noticed that you have behaved, on the whole, rather well this term. I wanted to mark the occasion. It is my view that when a person has made an effort, one ought to say so, and further, one ought to say so in writing, because letters are the way grown-ups do things. I am not asking you to write back. I am asking nothing of you at all. I simply wanted to note, so that if you are ever, in the next term, tempted to be less good, you will remember that somebody noticed the time you were better, and think twice. Your fellow first year, Hermione Granger, Gryffindor, as you know." "Hermione," said Sirius, very slowly, "that is a masterpiece." "Thank you, Pads. Do you know what you are doing?" "I know exactly what I am doing. Draco Malfoy is going to fold that letter into his pocket and carry it about for the rest of his life." "I hope so." "You are," Sirius said, "your father's daughter." "Thank you," Hermione said, mildly, to Dan, who was holding his coffee cup halfway to his mouth and smiling at her. "And," Sirius said, grinning, "your mother's." "I know that one already, Pads." "Send it, my love." She sent it. The reply came, 4 days later, from Malfoy Manor, in a small sealed envelope addressed simply to Miss Granger in a careful upright hand that had clearly been practiced. The whole of the letter was, "Miss Granger, I received yours of the 26th. Thank you. I cannot reply at greater length at present. I note your note. I shall endeavor, in the next term, not to disappoint you. Yours, D. Malfoy." Hermione folded it up. She put it in her desk. She did not say anything. She did not need to. "What does it say, love?" Emma asked, at length. "It says," said Hermione, "that he is thinking, Mum." "Good, love." "Good," said Hermione, satisfied, and went off to do her holiday homework a week in advance. The next months went fast, the way months always did at Hogwarts to those who had lived in them before. Sirius made fast friends with the house elves in the kitchen, by the simple expedient of going in there one November Sunday and asking, respectfully, if he might help with the washing up. He was, within a fortnight, a figure of myth below stairs. He appeared, always, for the Tuesday pudding rotation. He brought news from the upper world. He did not, unlike certain past staff, pretend the house elves were furniture. When he visited, which was, in turn, 2 afternoons a week, the kitchens lit up. Remus arrived at Hogwarts on the first Monday of January with a satchel, a suitcase, and a small battered copy of Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection which had been his own textbook 22 years before and which had his initials in the inside cover, twice, because he had written them once with an inkwell and once with a fountain pen, as if trying out an identity. The first years received him with suspicion. He did not press. He taught his first class, a fourth-year class, without a single reference to his own kind, because he had the good sense to know that students listened better to teachers who were interesting about the material than to teachers who were interesting about themselves. By the end of the first week, he had taught 2 classes who were spellbound. By the end of the second, he had taught 4. By the end of the month, Hermione and Harry's own defense class became a thing of legend among first years. They came out of it, both of them, with a private, particular pride that they were a teacher's children and that the teacher was brilliant. Neville Longbottom, who had been afraid of his own wand until February, performed a cleanly cast shield charm in the 3rd week of March and burst into tears. Remus, without a fuss, handed him a clean handkerchief. "That is an excellent shield, Mr. Longbottom." "P. Professor." "Keep the handkerchief." "Thank you, Professor." "Same time on Thursday, Mr. Longbottom." "Same seat." "Yes, Professor." Harry, watching, thought, not for the first time, that he had not quite understood until that moment what it was to be the son of a good teacher. Hermione, at his side, took his hand under the desk and squeezed it once. "He's a good teacher," she whispered. "He's a good Moony." "Same thing, Harry." "Same thing, Hermione." The spring brought new problems and 2 old ones. The first new problem was Quidditch, at which Harry turned out, on the borrowed broom Madame Hooch produced for him in a flying lesson in February, to be unfairly, embarrassingly, obscenely gifted. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, asked to speak with Professor McGonagall that very afternoon. Professor McGonagall, later, asked to speak with Professor Lupin. Professor Lupin, later still, old his husband, who agreed, with a great many capital letters in his reply, that Harry James Potter would be permitted to play Quidditch at Hogwarts, but only if the rules about first years not being on house teams were waived, only if Madame Hooch would coach him personally, and only if he wrote home every Saturday evening with a full report. These conditions were accepted, somewhat to Sirius's disappointment, since he had been hoping to use them as a bargaining chip for a better broom. The second new problem was Draco Malfoy. He had, in the months since his letter to Hermione chat with the hat, begun to be, well, it was difficult to name. He had not become kind. He had not become a Gryffindor. He had, however, stopped sitting at the end of the Slytherin table with the 2 largest boys in the year, and started, about half the time, sitting with a quiet sallow boy called Theodore Nott and a round-faced, nervous girl called Tracy Davis. He answered questions in class. He did not insult Hermione in the corridors. When Hermione put up her hand in potions, Draco put up his, in competition, which drove Professor Snape to rare moments of actual amusement. He had written, at some point, to his mother. He had not written, it was understood, to his father. Harry's first Quidditch match was played on the last Saturday of April, against Hufflepuff, and Sirius and Dan and Emma came up on the Friday night and slept, all 3 of them, in Remus's quarters in the staff tower, which Remus had insisted for the purpose be redecorated with a great deal of extra cushions. "Are you nervous?" Emma asked Harry at breakfast. "I'm fine. I was nervous at my first hockey match." "I'm fine, Mrs. Mum," said Harry, who had, in the last year, begun to call Emma Mum at every second meal and had not yet been corrected. Emma, setting his plate in front of him, did not look up. She said, very lightly, "That's all right, love." It was Dan who walked him down to the pitch at 10. Dan, who did not know any of the rules of Quidditch, and did not pretend to, but who walked beside the small, nervous, 11-year-old boy with his hand on his shoulder and said, at intervals, "Shoulders back, mate. Shoulders back. Look at the sky. Think of something else. Breathe from your stomach, not your chest." Dan. Yes. Thank you. Nothing, mate. Good luck. Dan. Thank you for everything. Thank you for letting me call Emma Mum. Dan Granger stopped walking. He put his hands in his pockets. He looked at the castle in the mid-morning light. "Harry," he said. "Yes. You may call her Mum whenever you like." "Yes. You may call me anything you like, as well." "Yes. I should like it, if it is not too soon, if you called me Dan." "Can I call you Dad?" Dan Granger, a dentist, a tall mild man who mended teeth in Crawley, looked at the grass, and at the castle, and at the sky, and said in a voice only a little rougher than usual, "Yes. You may." "Thanks, Dad," said Harry. Dan put his hand on the back of Harry's head for a second. He did not say anything further. He walked him the rest of the way to the pitch. The stands were already full. Hermione had saved seats. Sirius, in his black coat, was already on his feet and bellowing, "Promslet. Promslet up here." Remus, beside him, was quietly mortified. Emma was laughing. Ron Weasley was waving a homemade banner that said Lions Win, which had taken him 4 hours to paint because 2 of the letters had started out backwards. Harry, 10 minutes later, on a borrowed clean sweep because Madame Hooch had decided he ought to prove himself on a school broom before his new one was allowed out of its box, caught the snitch after 22 minutes. He did it by diving very nearly into the sand at the edge of the pitch and pulling up a foot off the ground with his fingers closed on a small gold ball. The stands exploded. Sirius went, in a single bound, over the barrier and onto the grass. The referee blew her whistle at him. He ignored her. He ran the full length of the pitch. He picked up his godson and he swung him around twice, in the air, and Remus, calmly, walked down the aisle and down the steps and out onto the grass with a tea towel over his shoulder like a man heading out to retrieve a pet. "Pads," Remus said. "The referee is upset." "Moony, I am sorry, but Harry caught the snitch." "I saw." "Moony, he caught it in 22 minutes." "I saw, Pads." "Moony." "I know, Pads. Put him down now. He has a team to celebrate with." Harry, breathless, laughing, was set down on the grass. Hermione, arriving, hugged him, hard. "Don't you dare," she said into his shoulder, "ever dive at the ground like that again." "Hermione, that's how you catch the, I know. But. All right, Hermione. Promise." "Hermione, I can't promise that." "Then be careful." "I will." She let him go. Sirius, straightening up, wiped his eyes with the back of his hand very quickly. Remus pretended not to notice. Dan, arriving, shook Harry's hand as if he were shaking hands with a business partner, and Emma, saying nothing at all, kissed the crown of his head. That night, over dinner at the staff table, which McGonagall had exceptionally permitted Harry and Hermione to attend, Professor Dumbledore lifted his goblet and said, with a small, private smile, "To a year of quite excellent flying, and to the people who permit it." Professor Snape, at the far end of the table, did not lift his goblet, but neither did he sneer, which for Severus Snape was a gesture of some generosity. In a small corner of the staff table, Sirius Black reached, under the tablecloth, for Remus Lupin's hand, and held it. Remus, without looking, held back. "Moony." "Yes. I am having a very good day." "So am I, pads. Thank you. Thank you, pads. The third, old problem was the thing that was not a turban. Severus Snape had known, since September, that Quirinus Quirrell had come back from his year abroad with a traveling companion. He had not known for certain who. He had hoped, against hope, that it was someone ordinary. But by March, when the rumors about the third-floor corridor had begun to bloom through the staff room like a carefully tended mold, Severus knew that the traveling companion had to be, the thing that had once been his master, and he knew, too, that Dumbledore knew, and he knew, with the weary resignation of a man who has lived too long with his own conscience, that Dumbledore had known all along and was letting it play out for a larger reason than Severus was allowed to know. On the evening of the third Quidditch match of the term, he went down into the third-floor corridor, under Dumbledore's direct orders, carrying a flask, and he walked past a very large dog with 3 heads, and he sat in the dark next to a mirror which he could not in any fashion affect, because it was not to him that its great question would be put, and he waited for Quirrell. Quirrell came. Severus, rising from the dark, said, "Good evening, Quirinus." "SS Severus. I would ask you to leave, but I suspect you will not. I would ask your passenger to leave, but I suspect he will not. So I should, rather, ask you both to understand this. I shall give you the next minute to go. SS Severus, I don't know what you, 60 seconds, Quirinus." He raised his wand. And the voice that came out of the back of Quirrell's head, thin and rasping and not quite right, said, "Severus. Severus, how you have grown." "Master," said Severus Snape, and the word hurt him, and he used it for exactly that reason, because he had learned long ago that the best lie is one which takes something out of you. "Master, the corridor is secured. The school is intact. The boy has not been touched. A house elf," the voice said, "brings me word of you each evening, Severus. He tells me you are dutiful. He is kind to tell you so. But also," the voice said, "that you have let a werewolf teach in this castle. Dumbledore appointed him. You did not prevent it. I thought, master, that the werewolf was the boy's guardian, and that if the boy were to be taken, the werewolf would be as easily manipulated as any other parent." The voice was silent. It was silent for 4, 5, 6 seconds. Then it laughed, dry and dusty, and said, "Ah, Severus. You have been useful after all." Severus did not answer. He kept his wand pointed at Quirrell's knee. He had, 3 weeks earlier, under the fig tree in his courtyard garden, designed a spell which would not kill a man whom a fragment of the Dark Lord was inhabiting, but which would knock him out cold without disturbing the fragment overly. He had designed it very carefully. He fired it now. Quirrell fell. The voice howled, and the howl was a thing that rang for a moment through the third floor and then left, like smoke out of an open window, and when Severus turned, a second later, the mirror of Eriste was cracked from frame to frame, and the corridor was empty and stale and still. Severus Snape bent and checked Quirrell's pulse with 2 cold fingers. It was there, though weak. "You will not remember any of this," he murmured to the unconscious man, "and you will think you had a fit. You will be sent home. You will be cared for by your sister. You will live a quiet life of small disappointments. It is more than you have earned, Quirinus, but you shall have it with my compliments." He straightened up. He wiped his sleeve over his face once. He walked to the end of the corridor. He said, to the air, "Albus. You may come out now." Albus Dumbledore stepped from behind a tapestry, because he had been there, and would have been there if Severus had failed. "Thank you, Severus. He has left the castle. He has. He is still in the world. He is. We shall have him to face again. One would prefer not to. One would, Severus. One does, however, have friends one did not have last year. Sirius Black. Remus Lupin. A certain Miss Granger who tells me she intends to know everything, and appears to have a head start. A certain Mr. Potter, who is his father in some ways, his mother in others, and his godfathers in all the rest. Amelia Bones. Even, and this we shall keep to ourselves, even a certain Mr. Malfoy who, I think, is a young man who has begun to surprise himself. It is not enough, Albus. It is more than we had, Severus. It is, said the old man, smiling at last, more than we had. They walked up out of the third-floor corridor. Behind them, in the dim, the mirror of Ariste, its frame now broken, reflected nothing at all, because it had, in the last minute of its long life, been shown too much. Up in Gryffindor Tower, Harry Potter rolled over in his sleep. The scar on his forehead burned hot for one small instant, and then was cold, and then was a scar again. Across the common room, in the girls' dormitory, Hermione Granger slept with a book folded open on her chest and her wand under her pillow, because she had decided, regardless of anything her godfather had said, that it was safer there. And in a cottage 500 miles to the south, Sirius Black sat up at 2 in the morning in an armchair by the fire and said, without opening his eyes, Moony. Moony, he's coming. Who? The one we were expecting. I know, Pads. Soon. I know. Go back to sleep, Moony. You too, Pads. Yes. He did not. He sat up until dawn, with his hand on his wand and his eye on the window, and he kept watch over a castle he could not see, in a house which had long since learned to keep watch over itself. At dawn, Remus found him there and, without a word, drew up a second chair, and settled, and the two of them sat together until the light came up the color of thin milk, and the kettle, when it boiled at last, was warm enough in their two cupped hands to feel, for the length of the next hour, something very much like peace. The owl post, when it came in through the kitchen window at 8, included a small letter in Hermione's precise hand that said only, "We are all right. We are all well. We are going to breakfast. I love you. Hermione." Sirius read it twice, folded it, and put it into his shirt pocket beside all the other letters, and felt, for the first time in weeks, as if he might be permitted, in the ordinary way, to sleep. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Summer Teeth. The first summer after Hogwarts was the summer of hedges. Dan Granger, who had come home from his holiday reading program to discover in himself a deep and previously unsuspected capacity for garden design, had declared in early July that the front hedge wanted taking out and replanting in beech. Sirius, who had never done a day's hedging in his life, had said, with the loyalty of a man who would follow anybody anywhere provided there was tea at the other end, that beech sounded excellent, and had fetched the spade. They had been at it for a fortnight. Hermione, home 2 days and already restless for libraries she did not have, came out on a Tuesday morning in a pair of her mother's old gardening boots and sat on the low garden wall with a book on her knees. "Hermione," said Sirius, leaning on his spade. "Pads. You are a lady of leisure this morning. I am a lady of reading, Pads. There is a difference. Get your hands dirty." "I shall, in my own good time. Miss Granger." "Mr. Black. That book is," he tilted his head, "ah. That is the one Andromeda sent you. Is it any good?" "It is extraordinary," Hermione said. "It is about magical law in the 19th century, and it is, Pads, it is furious, in a quiet way. The author is very, very cross with the ministry. Andromeda has a nose for a cross author." "She is the best cousin I have," said Hermione placidly. "I am your best cousin. You are my Pads. That is a different post." Sirius laughed. He went back to the hedge. Dan, at the far end of the line, was carefully levering up a root with the gentleness of a man extracting a wisdom tooth. He paused for a second and looked up at the house, where Harry was sitting on the kitchen step in Remus's shadow, reading to him out of Flying with the Cannons at a speed that suggested he was about halfway through the book for the third time since Christmas. It was peaceful. It was very, very peaceful. It was the kind of peaceful that means, in any novel worth reading, that something is about to go badly wrong. At 11:30, Hermione's head came up from her book. "Pads," she said. There is a shimmer. In the lane. Sirius looked up. Remus, on the step, looked up. Dan set his spade down against the wall. Sirius, without turning his head, said, in a small, tight voice, Harry. Into the kitchen, please. Now. Shut the back door behind you. Pads, now, Prongslit. Harry went. Hermione, without being told, picked up her book, stepped off the wall, and came to stand beside Remus. Emma, from the kitchen window, had seen it too. Sirius could see her, in the flash of his peripheral vision, already shut the lid of the kitchen window. The shimmer resolved, at the gate, into a small woman in a pink cardigan carrying a clipboard. "Oh," said Sirius. "Oh, no." "Oh, yes," said Remus. "Padfoot, wait," said Dan. "I am going to push her, Dan." "No, you are not." "I am going to push her over that hedge into Mrs. Thompson's roses." "No, Pads." "Absolutely not." "Absolutely not." "Oh, all right, Dan, all right." Dolores Umbridge, with a smile so polite it had been, one felt certain, starched in the night, lifted the latch of the garden gate. Behind her, a tall, bored-looking ministry orar, not one of Amelia Bones's trusted few, stood with his arms folded, as if he had been told to stand somewhere and had agreed on the condition that he be permitted, at the same time, to look as if he were somewhere else. "Mr. Black." "Madam." "Mr. Lupin." "Madam." "Mr. Granger." "Mrs. Granger, so lovely. I am pleased to see you are both enjoying the garden." "May I?" "No," said Sirius. "Come through?" she finished, with exquisite pretense that she had not heard. She came through. The orar followed her. He shut the gate behind him. He did not pick up a tool. He stood on the gravel path with his arms folded and his face carefully neutral. "Mr. Black," said Madame Umbridge, "I am afraid I must, this morning, discuss a rather sensitive matter with you. I wonder whether Miss Granger might perhaps excuse us." "Hermione," said Sirius, "stays." "She is a child, Mr. Black, and the matter," Hermione, said Sirius, "stays." Madame Umbridge's smile did not, strictly speaking, waver, but it acquired, for a moment, the aspect of a smile which had come loose in its picture frame. She looked down at her clipboard. She looked up. "Very well. Mr. Black. As you are no doubt aware, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has, over the past several months, been reviewing the case of one Remus Lupin, werewolf, presently in residence at this property, in a household that contains 2 minor children." "Go on," Sirius said, very calmly. "It has come to our attention, through a letter received last week from one Lucius Malfoy, a private citizen, acting in the capacity of concerned parent." Dan Granger's face did something subtle that no one saw, because Dan Granger was a dentist and had the face of a dentist, which was to say an entirely professional mask. "That our enforcement of the Werewolf Registry Amendment Act of 1987 has been, inconsistent. Mr. Malfoy has made a formal complaint. Mr. Malfoy has pointed out, with a number of compelling references, that Mr. Lupin's current domestic arrangements fall, by a strict reading of the Act, outside the permitted envelope." "Permitted envelope," said Remus, very softly. "Yes, Mr. Lupin. Define, please." "A werewolf, Mr. Lupin, is not permitted to reside in a dwelling in which a minor child who is not his biological—" "Stop," Sirius said. Madame Umbridge stopped. "Madame Umbridge," Sirius said, "I wish you to know that I am trying, with great effort, to be polite, because there is a child listening. I wish you also to know that if you read me one further line of that legislation I will have a letter on the desks of 12 solicitors, 2 newspaper editors, and a senior official at your own ministry before this evening's post. Do you understand me? I have, Mr. Black, the authority, do you understand me?" "Mr. Black, madam," Sirius said, in a voice so quiet it was almost a whisper, "I am a man who has buried his best friend. I am a man who has, through no particular fault of my own, been known to cross a line in a hurry. I am also, today, and every day, the godfather of two small, extremely promising children. I would like you, out of pure, workmanlike self-preservation, to take your clipboard back to the ministry, and to take back with you my polite but extraordinarily firm instruction, that you never, in your life, darken my gate again. Am I being clear? Mr. Black, you are threatening a ministry official. I am declining to be threatened, madam. The difference is important. Madam Umbridge, with a hand that shook only very slightly, consulted her clipboard. Mr. Lupin, she said, ignoring Sirius as if he were not there. In accordance with subsection 7 of the Act as amended, I am required to inform you that the department has, regrettably, taken the decision to issue a notice of removal, in respect of the minor children of this household. The notice requires that the minor children be relocated to a residence containing no, here, said Hermione Granger, is what's going to happen. Everybody in the garden stopped speaking. Everybody in the garden turned and looked at the 12-year-old girl in her mother's oversized gardening boots with her book still in her hand and her face set in a particular expression that had become, over the year, familiar to several teachers at Hogwarts and to one very polished Slytherin boy. Child, said Madam Umbridge, with an attempt at a smile, the adults are, Hermione, said Sirius, softly. I shall be very quick, Pads. Speak, my love. Hermione stepped forward. She closed her book, with her finger marking her page. She stopped precisely an arm's length from Madam Umbridge, so that Madam Umbridge could not, in any version of events, claim the child had been threatening. She cleared her throat. Madam Umbridge, she said, my name is Hermione Jean Granger. I am 12. You came to this house once, 2 years ago, on another matter. I remember you. I remember the cardigan. I wish to say several things. Miss Granger, I am speaking, madam. First. You have mentioned a notice of removal. A notice of removal is a legal instrument regulated under the Children and Young Persons, Magical Households, Act 1985, and it requires, to be valid, the signatures of 2 department heads, not 1. I have read the Act. The signature on your clipboard, which I can see from here, is in the hand of 1 head only. I assume the other has not yet been obtained because the other is Madam Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Madam Bones is our family's friend. Madam Umbridge's mouth opened very slightly. Second. You cite subsection 7 of the Werewolf Registry Amendment Act. I have read that too. Subsection 7 provides an exemption for cases in which the werewolf in question has, as of the date of transformation, secured premises sufficient to render him incapable of contact with a non-infected minor. I have read the cellar in this house. My father and my godfather built it. It has been inspected by 2 aurors, both of whom signed the ledger in the kitchen drawer. The inspection was on the 11th of November last year. You will find a copy of the ledger in your own office, because my Aunt Andromeda sent one across last week when she heard you were thinking about paying us a visit. Third. You have come without Madam Bones's knowledge. This is irregular. It is improper. It is, frankly, a bit of a naughty thing. Madam Bones will, by this afternoon, know of it, because as soon as you have left I am going to write to her. I am acting, Madam Umbridge said, with the voice of a woman whose cardigan has begun to feel warm, on instruction from the senior undersecretary, Hermione finished for her, whom I believe, from my reading of the prophet, is at present attempting to undermine Madam Bones for reasons of her own. This is not unknown to us. This is also not legal. Fourth, said Sirius, involuntarily. Fourth, madam, you mentioned that Mr. Malfoy wrote a letter. I think you should know that I have, since last Christmas, kept up a sporadic correspondence with Mr. Malfoy's son. I have it in writing, from that son, that his father's opinions on the subject of this household are, I quote, not shared in the home, and indeed, I quote again, vehemently disagreed with by those members of the family whose opinions actually matter. I shall be sharing that letter with the prophet tomorrow. You will not. I will. I have permission. The permission was given in writing, and I have, madam, kept the envelope. There was a small, utter silence in the garden. Madame Dolores Umbridge's smile, for the first time in anybody's memory, fell off her face altogether. What was under it was a thinner, harder, meaner thing, the face of a woman who, Sirius thought, had spent 30 years putting the smile on every morning because she was afraid of what people would see if she did not. She looked at the 12-year-old in front of her. The 12-year-old looked steadily back. "Miss Granger," said Madame Umbridge, "you are a rude little girl." "I am," said Hermione agreeably, "a thorough one. I shall be reporting this to the minister." "Please do." "I shall be reporting you, in turn, to Madame Bones, who is one of 11 officials who will, by this time next week, be in possession of a folder of correspondence I am about to post. I hope you like your cardigan, madam. It is, by my count, your 23rd appearance in our private records, and the cardigan has a particular mention in each of them." The Auror at the gate had been, through the whole of this, stood with his arms folded and his face very carefully neutral. At Hermione's last line, however, the very corner of his mouth moved, just a fraction, and he had to, for a second, look very, very hard at the sky. "Auror Robards," Umbridge snapped. "We are leaving." "Madam," said Auror Robards. He did not move otherwise. "Now, Auror. Madam, you will, I think, want to leave alone. I shall remain for a further 10 minutes, in case the family wish to make a statement, which I am required, by my training, to take, since a ministry representative has entered a private property in what appears, after the fact, to be an irregular procedure. Auror Robards, I order you, I take orders, madam, from Madame Bones." Dolores Umbridge stared at him. She stared at him with such a pure white hatred that Sirius, watching, realized, for the first time in his life, that he could almost, feel a flicker of pity for her, because a woman who had spent her life depending on the thread of small, polite authority was a woman with very little else to stand on when that authority, for the space of one afternoon, declined to run. She turned. She walked to the gate. She unlatched it. She walked down the lane without looking back. Auror Robards, with the patient patience of a man who had timed this sort of thing before, waited until she had rounded the corner. He touched his forehead to Sirius in a small, polite salute. "Mr. Black." "Auror Robards." "Miss Granger," that was quite the, recitation. "Thank you. May I be entirely candid with you all?" "Please do." "The senior undersecretary has, in the past 6 months, caused the Department of Magical Law Enforcement no end of, shall we call it work. Madame Bones has 3 of us, myself, Shacklebolt, and Tonks, watching her. This morning's business was, well. I had Tonks in the lane. I shall confirm with her that Madame Umbridge is on her way home. If the ministry moves on this household in any further fashion in the next fortnight, we shall know of it. Madame Bones wishes me to convey to you, Mr. Black," he paused, "that the paperwork you filed last winter has proved more useful than she expected." "Tell Madame Bones," Sirius said, "that the paperwork was my wife's." Auror Robards's eyes went, for a fraction of a second, to Remus. Remus had the decency not to look smug. He nodded, once, to Robards. Robards nodded back. "Mr. Lupin." "Auror. I taught with your father, Lyle, briefly, at a ministry seminar in the late 70s. Oh. He was a good man. Thank you. He'd have been proud of this household. Thank you, Auror." Robards inclined his head. He turned. He walked down the garden path, out through the gate, and was gone. The whole family stood in the garden for a full minute without speaking. "Hermione," said Dan at last, in a very thoughtful voice. "Yes, Dad." What do you mean, you have permission from Draco Malfoy to share his letter with the Prophet?" Hermione, who had been still holding her book, looked down at her boots. "Well," she said. "Hermione." He gave it. Sort of. Hermione. Actually he said, do what you like with it, which I have decided to construe. Hermione. It was at the bottom of a very long letter, Dad. He said, do what you like with this, and then there was a PS that said, I mean it, Granger, although I suspect I will regret it. I think that is legally permission. Oh my God, said Sirius, sitting down on the garden wall. Oh my God, she's turned him. She's turned him, Moony. At 12. He is, Remus said carefully, not turned. He is, complicated. Moony, he wrote her a letter that could be published in the Prophet. Yes. And she's going to publish it. I am, said Hermione. She is going to publish it, said Sirius, marveling. Dan. Dan, we are raising a Machiavelli. I am not a Machiavelli, Pads. You are, darling. You are. I am so proud of you I could weep. Pads. I could literally weep. I am going to go into the kitchen and weep at Emma for 20 minutes and then I am going to have a biscuit. Do not follow me for 10 minutes, everybody. Pads, and then, Miss Granger, Sirius said, standing up, and looking, suddenly, very much like the young man he had been at 17, we are going to the Prophet's editor together, you and I, and we are going to have an afternoon tea, and we are going to cause Dolores Umbridge one of the worst weeks of her entire career. I should like that, Pads. Bring the cardigan quote. I have the cardigan quote underlined. Excellent. He went into the kitchen. Remus, very slowly, sat down on the garden wall beside Dan. Dan, he said. Your daughter. Our daughter, Moony. Our daughter, Dan. Yes. Is going to run this country. I am quite concerned about that, said Dan mildly. So am I. It will be a better country than it is, though. Yes, Dan. That is what I shall say, when anyone asks. In the pub. Yes, Dan. Hermione, from the lane, whistled once, a long, clear whistle that Sirius had taught her in the spring, the all-clear whistle of the Marauders, which meant that a teacher had passed and the corridor was empty. Harry, from the kitchen, whistled back. It was all right. It was all right for the moment. For a week it was more than all right, it was marvelous. The Prophet article ran on Friday. It had the cardigan quote. It had the draft letter from Umbridge to Amelia Bones, which Amelia had, with a small tight smile, supplied. It had, quoted in full and with permission, a paragraph from a certain D. Malfoy of Wiltshire, aged 12, saying that he had had occasion to visit the house in question some years earlier, that he had found it a well-run home with attentive parents, and that he considered the ongoing persecution of its werewolf head by a ministry functionary to be, in his words, a small and petty thing that my father would, on reflection, disown. Lucius Malfoy was seen, that Saturday, leaving his house at 1 in the afternoon with a walking stick gripped perhaps rather tighter than strictly dignified. He was not, however, seen to arrive at the ministry, because Narcissa Malfoy, his wife, had cornered him in the hall, a fact that emerged only weeks later, in a story whispered between two second cousins who were present, and held a wand quite still under his jaw for the space of 60 seconds, saying nothing at all, until Lucius had very politely turned around and gone back upstairs. The Umbridge story ran for 3 days. On the second day, Amelia Bones announced, in a very small paragraph at the bottom of page 4, that an internal review of the Werewolf Registry Amendment Act had been concluded and that the subsection in question would be rewritten. On the third day, Madame Umbridge was reassigned to a desk in the Department of Magical Games and Sports, where her new responsibilities would include the annual regulation of competitive gobstones. She will hate gobstones, Remus observed, reading the paper. She will, said Sirius contentedly. She will hate it every day, Moony. And she will grow, over time, to hate us with a more refined and personal hatred than the current diffuse, slightly disappointed hatred she now feels. She will hate Hermione by name, Moony. By name. Isn't it lovely? Pads, you are enjoying this too much. I am enjoying it exactly as much as it deserves to be enjoyed, Moony. I earned this. I earned this in Azkaban. I earned this for James. Remus did not argue. He turned the page. He read aloud, from the bottom of page 7, reports continue of unexplained fires in Muggle neighborhoods, and the kitchen, which had been full of cheerful post-victory chatter, went still. Moony. Yes, Pads. I know. They haven't stopped. No. They never stopped. No. Amelia said, she did, Pads. She has been working on it. But she has been working on Umbridge as well. And Lucius. And a great many things at once. She is understaffed, Pads. She is, for all practical purposes, alone in that office. Sirius put his hands flat on the kitchen table. He looked, for a long moment, at his own hands. They were older than he remembered them. We need, he said, to find the cell. Yes. Before they find us. Yes. Moony, it has been 11 years since James. Yes. I have put it off, this summer, because I have been afraid, Moony, if I am to be honest. I have been afraid of waking it. I have let Amelia do it. That was cowardly of me. Padfoot. It was, Moony. And the children are old enough, now, that I don't get to be afraid any more. Remus got up from his chair. He walked round the table. He sat down next to Sirius. He took Sirius's hand between his two hands. He looked at it. Sirius's hand was shaking. Remus held on. Pads. Yes. We will find it. Yes. We will find it together. Yes. I am not afraid of it, Pads. Aren't you? I am afraid of a great many things. That is not one of them. If anybody on this earth has earned the right to stand in a room with the last people who made those fires, it is us. It is you and me, Pads. It is us, and Amelia, and, I suspect, a certain auror by the name of Tonks. It is Andromeda, with a great many subpoenas. It is Emma and Dan, who have cleaned up after these people for 11 years without once flinching. We are not alone, Pads. No. We are going to end it. Yes. This summer. Yes. Before school starts. Yes. Sirius turned his hand over under Remus's. Their palms pressed together. Moony. I am going to kiss you, now, in the kitchen. I know. Before Hermione comes back in from the garden. Yes. Because if she comes in, she will say, oh no, not in the kitchen, please, not when I am carrying biscuits. She will. And I shall laugh. Yes. Sirius kissed him. Outside, the sun had moved. The new hedge was half dug up, half planted. A robin had come to sit on the wall where Hermione had been sitting. A small breeze stirred the apple tree. The children were, at that moment, bent over a map on the sitting room floor. Amelia Bones had lent them a map, because she had learned, over the last year, that a 12-year-old and an 11-year-old who were plainly going to do something about something were children you wanted, as a responsible adult, to give information to, so they would not look for it themselves by less reliable means, and were making a list. A list which began, 12 houses still unaccounted for. A list whose first item, neatly underlined twice, was the name of a family in Cornwall whose house had gone up in a blue flame the previous Thursday. The summer, it turned out, had not been a summer of hedges after all. The summer had been the summer before. Nymphadora Tonks arrived the next morning on a motorbike and with her hair the color of a fresh bruise. Watch her, she said, dropping a duffel bag on the kitchen step. Tonks, said Sirius, raising his coffee in salute. How is Shacklebolt? Cross. He wanted to come too. Why can't he? Because he is in the minister's office every second day now telling Fudge that Mr. Black is not, in fact, running a werewolf harem out of a cottage in Somerset. A what? Don't ask, Sirius. I am asking. Don't, Sirius. For your own sake. Tonks. It is the current theory of a very small, very loud faction of pure-blood wives in Cornwall. Let it go. A werewolf harem. Let it go, Sirius. Does Mooney know? Mooney, Tonks said cheerfully, knows everything. Mooney is less surprised than you. Mooney has had to fend off a great deal more than you ever will because Mooney has always been a handsome man, Sirius, which you, for all your pretensions, all right, Tonks, have not quite matched. All right, Tonks. She came into the kitchen. She kissed Dan on the cheek, because she had long since taken a shine to Dan. She kissed Emma on the other cheek. She hugged Hermione, very hard. She held out her arms to Harry, who hugged her with the fierce attachment of a boy who had decided over the year that Tonks was, outside of his own immediate family, the single most interesting grown-up he had ever met. Watcher, Promslet. Hi, Tonks. I brought you something. What? A file. Harry's eyes went very large. Hermione's went larger. Tonks grinned and set the duffel bag on the kitchen table. Amelia says, she said, that she cannot, as head of DMLE, be seen handing official investigative documents to a 12-year-old. She also says, in the same breath, that she has every confidence in a 12-year-old who managed to make Dolores Umbridge cry in her own office on Tuesday. So the file is from me. Private. A cousin to a cousin. A perfectly casual exchange, which has never happened, and of which there is no record. Understood, said Hermione. Understood, said Harry. Read it, said Tonks. Read it carefully. Don't go anywhere. Don't contact anybody. You write down, in a nice, dry, scientific way, the names of the families, the dates of the fires, the addresses, the times. You make a chart. You know how to make a chart. We know how to make a chart, said Hermione, primly. You write down your guesses. Where you would start, if you were doing it. You write them next to my guesses. I have mine written already. We see if they match. If your guesses match my guesses, then we shall go and see whether any of our guesses are correct. None of us goes alone. None of us goes without the other. Deal? Deal, said Hermione. Deal, said Harry. Good. Sirius, I am stealing your sofa tonight. I have brought biscuits. Stay a week, Tonks. A fortnight, I think. A fortnight, Sirius said, with satisfaction. A fortnight. The map on the sitting room floor grew, over the next days, into something a general might have been proud of. Hermione, who had discovered in herself during her first year at Hogwarts a deep and abiding love of an arithmancy textbook, plotted the fires by date, by latitude, by number of children in the household, by proximity to known pure-blood estates, and by the overall weather pattern of the week in which each had taken place. She did it all at the kitchen table with colored pins. Harry, whom no one had expected to be the strategic partner of a Granger but who turned out, in the confinement of a sitting room, to have an uncommonly good ear for maps, pointed out, on the fourth afternoon, that 3 of the 12 fires had happened within a day's apparition of the village of Little Hangleton. Little Hangleton, said Sirius, sitting up very straight. Say that again, Promslet. Little Hangleton, said Harry. Mooney. I heard, pads. Tonks. I heard, pads. Little Hangleton, said Sirius, looking at the ceiling, is the place where the Riddle family used to have their manor. The Riddle family, Hermione said, carefully, is the Muggle family whose name, Voldemort, took in his youth. Exactly. The manor is said to be abandoned. It is said to be abandoned, said Sirius, yes. Said to be. Yes. By people who have not, perhaps, gone there recently. Yes. Tonks stood up from the rug. I'll Bones, she said. Right now. Tonight. We'll have horrors on the ground by tomorrow. I want, pads, I would like to be on the team. You will be on the team, Tonks. So will I, said Sirius. Pads. Moony, pads. Moony. I am going. Don't make me explain why. You don't need to, Remus said. Don't go without me. I won't. Swear. I swear. Good. Tonks. Moony. Write the letter. You and me. Take it to Amelia in the morning. Let her decide who goes and when. We do not do anything without her. That is the one rule in this house, children, and you will never forget it. We won't, said Hermione, eyes shining. We will not, said Harry. Good. Emma, from the kitchen, said, dinner is in 10 minutes. Anybody who is planning to invade anything can do it after pudding. Yes, Mum, said Harry, without looking up from the map. Yes, Mum, said Hermione. Emma Granger closed her eyes for a small, pleased moment, because yes, Mum was now a thing two of her children said, and she was still getting used to how it sounded, and it still, from Harry's mouth, rearranged her whole insides. 10 minutes, she repeated, and went back to her rolling pin. Draco Malfoy's second letter came on the 21st of July. It came by a small, nervous, obviously expensive owl, and it was not addressed to Hermione. It was addressed, in a square careful hand, to Sirius Black, ESQ, said Sirius, reading the envelope over his coffee. Oh, interesting. Who's it from? Said Harry. Draco Malfoy. Oh, said Harry. To me. Oh. I shall take it, said Sirius, into the garden. He took it into the garden. He read it sitting on the low wall, in the shade of the hawthorn, with Harry watching him from the kitchen window and Hermione making every effort not to be seen pressing her nose against the glass beside Harry. He folded the letter when he had finished it. He sat for a very long minute with it on his knee. He came back into the kitchen. He laid the letter on the table. Mr. Malfoy Jr., he said carefully, wishes to inform me that in the past 10 days, he has accidentally, through no particular snooping of his own, overheard 3 conversations in his father's study that pertain to the fires in Muggle neighborhoods. He wishes to inform me that he has, among his father's correspondence, seen an envelope franked at the post office in Little Hangleton, from a sender who signs himself, and I quote, simply, T. He wishes to inform me that he is not in a position to steal the letter from me, because his father, as he puts it, has adequate wards and I am not, on balance, eager to be discovered, but that he has copied out the text of it from memory, which he has enclosed. Hermione was across the kitchen before anybody moved. She read over Sirius's shoulder. Padfoot. Yes. Padfoot, that's, I know. Padfoot, that's a list of names. Yes. Of people who are supposed to be dead. Yes. Or in Azkaban. Yes. Padfoot, Hermione. Sirius took her wrist. He said, calmly, get Tonks. Now. Harry, the owl, he's still on the fence post. Go to the post. Write a reply. Exactly this, and no more. Tell him, thank you, we have received. We will act. You are safe. Sign it from me. Not from you. This is not a letter from you. Write, S. Black, at the bottom. If his father sees it, he must see a letter to a man, not to a girl. Go. Yes, pads. Harry, go, love. Harry went. Hermione did not let go of the edge of the table. She was staring at the list. Padfoot. Yes, my love. This is the cell. Yes. This is all of it. This is most of it. A great deal of it. Enough. Draco has done an extremely brave thing. Padfoot, yes. He could be, his father could, I know. We have to bring him here. I know. Padfoot, we have to bring him here tonight, we can't leave him, Hermione. Sirius turned her, gently, by the shoulders. He looked her in the eye. Listen. We will do everything we can to keep him safe. But there is a protocol. Amelia has a protocol. Narcissa, his mother, has been in contact. You did not know that. I did not tell you. I am telling you now. There is a plan. It has been a plan since March. Draco is not alone. He is not as alone as you think. Do you understand me? Yes. His mother is with him. Narcissa is with him. She has been with him. She has been with us. For 4 months. Do you trust me? Yes, Pads. Do you trust me? Yes, Pads. Then go and pack a bag for tonight. We are moving you and Harry to Andromeda's for the next 3 days. Tonks will come. Emma and Dan will come. Moony will come. We are all going, Hermione. We are not separating. The house will be Ward's. The Aurors will be here. We are going because I do not want any Black, Granger, or Potter within 50 miles of Little Hangleton on the night Amelia decides to move. Do you understand me? Yes, Pads. Good girl. Pads. Yes. Thank you for telling me the truth. Hermione, darling, I have learned, this year, that if a thing is kept from you, you find it out anyway and you find it out worse. Go and pack. She went. Sirius sat down on the kitchen chair. He put his head, briefly, in his hands. Emma, from the sink, set down her dish towel. She came and put her hand on the back of his neck. She did not say anything. He reached up and patted her hand. Yes, love. He is a brave little boy. He is. I used to hate his father. Yes, love. I still hate his father. Yes, love. But I should like, if it's not too much trouble, for him to spend Christmas here. Emma Granger smiled at the back of his head. I have been saving a room for him since Easter, Padfoot. Sirius, at the sink, laughed until he was almost, but not quite, weeping. Andromeda Tonks's house in Spinner's End was not, despite its tenant, a gloomy house. It was a narrow brick terrace in an unfashionable bit of Cokeworth that had been, a decade earlier, an awful place to live, and which she and Ted had determined to improve by the simple and extremely determined expedient of scrubbing it until it was clean. The front room was bright. The kitchen was yellow. The back garden had a great many roses. The neighbors had learned, after the first year, to respect a family who took in washing for the elderly widow next door and kept their steps swept. It was, Sirius said, a place that looked exactly nothing like a Black home, which was the whole point. The family arrived in 2 cars, at different times, on different routes. Dan and Emma came first with Hermione and a small trunk. Harry came 40 minutes later with Remus. Sirius came last with the owl. Tonks had been there since breakfast, working the wards. By dusk, the house was secured, the kettle was on, and Andromeda, who had welcomed each arrival at the door with a kiss and a cup of tea, stood in the middle of her sitting room and said, to the assembled family, "Right." "Right," said Sirius. "A plan for the evening. Please, Andy. You, Sirius, will cook. I will cook. You will cook. You are wound up. I require you to chop things. Ted has laid out the ingredients. He would have done it himself, but Ted is, right now, at the ministry with Amelia. The children will help." "Yes, Cousin Andromeda," said Hermione. Emma. Dan. The sitting room. I want you both sitting down. With drinks. I will not have you in the kitchen worrying. Remus. You and I will walk round the block with the dog. Not the dog my husband has, I mean Padfoot when he is finished chopping. Yes, Andy, said Remus, laughing. At 9. Tonks will report in. If we hear anything, before 9, it means something has gone wrong, and nobody is to panic. We are going to do this like adults in a kitchen, not teenagers in a basement. Am I clear? Yes, Andy. And Sirius. Yes, Andy. If you open a bottle of wine tonight, I will personally remove it from the house. Yes, Andy. Water for you. All night. Water, Andy. Good man. At 9, Tonks reported in. Her Patronus, a small trotting terrier, fluttered into the kitchen and said, all on schedule. Orders at the manor. No casualties on our side. Wrapping up now. At 10, Shacklebolt's Patronus, a lynx, came in and said, secured. 7 arrests. 1 confirmed, fragment, destroyed. Repeat, destroyed. Coming home. Sirius, who had been sitting on the kitchen step, drinking his water, put the glass down and did not pick it up again for a long minute. Pads, said Remus, from the doorway. Mooney. Did you hear? I heard. Pads. I know. 7. 7. Destroyed. Yes. Mooney, say it again. Say it, out loud. He is gone, Pads, said Remus, very softly, leaning on the doorframe. No, he isn't. No. But he is smaller. He is smaller. He is losing, Pads. Yes. He is losing to a girl and a boy and a list on a kitchen table. Yes. Sirius, on the step, drew his knees up to his chest, and he put his forehead down on them, and for a long minute he did not move. Remus came out. Remus sat down next to him on the step. Remus put a hand on the back of his neck. Hermione, from the kitchen, appeared in the doorway and stood there with her arms folded, a concerned adult in miniature, with her hair wild in the light. Pads, she said. Miss Granger. You are to come inside and eat. Yes, my love. Now, please. Yes, my love. And Mooney, you too. Yes, Miss Granger. Both of you, immediately. They went, both of them, because when Hermione Granger spoke in that particular voice, grown men, on the whole, did what they were told. The Prophet the next morning reported, under a very small headline because Amelia Bones had been careful about the language, that 7 individuals had been arrested in a joint operation of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and had been charged with crimes relating to the 12 Muggle fires of the past 2 years. The article did not mention Voldemort. It did not mention Little Hangleton. It did not mention Lucius Malfoy, who, it was observed mildly, had been traveling abroad during the night in question, and who would shortly be returning to assist authorities with their inquiries as a witness, in his capacity as a concerned citizen of the magical community. Narcissa Malfoy, when she came to tea at Marauders Hollow 2 weeks later, arrived with her son. Draco stood, at 12, in the garden gate with his hair slicked exactly as it had been in Diagon Alley the year before, and his expression exactly the same. He was not carrying a walking stick. He was wearing a new, plainer cloak than Sirius had ever seen a Malfoy wear. Narcissa, beside him, a tall woman with a face that was part her sister Bellatrix's and part something softer, stepped into the garden and bowed her head, very slightly, to Andromeda, who had come out to meet her. "Sister," said Narcissa. "Sister," said Andromeda. "I have brought my son. I see. He has asked, somewhat against his pride, if he might sit at the kitchen table of this house and have a cup of tea. The kitchen table is there, Chissa. Thank you." Hermione, from the door, was very still. She had her book in her hand again. She did not speak. She did not, for once, have to. Draco came up the path, stopped 3 feet from her, and said, with great formality, "Miss Granger." "Mr. Malfoy." Draco," said Hermione, very gently, "please come in and have a biscuit." He came in. He had a biscuit. He had 2 biscuits. He had, over the course of an hour, 3 cups of tea, and he talked, at one point, for 12 minutes about brooms. At the end of the hour, Narcissa rose, and said to Sirius, in a voice only he could hear, "Thank you, cousin." "Cousin. He will come again." "I know. You will not let him be hurt." "No, Chissa." "Thank you, Sirius." "Chissa." "Yes. You are a brave woman." "I had," said Narcissa Black Malfoy, a little drilly, "a great deal of practice." They left together. Draco, at the gate, stopped. He turned. He looked at Hermione on the step. "Miss Granger." "Mr. Malfoy." "I shall see you at school." "Yes, Mr. Malfoy." "In September." "I look forward to it." "Good." He walked out of the gate. The garden was quiet for a long second after he had gone. "Harry," from the step, said Hermione. "Don't, Harry." "I wasn't going to say anything." "Yes, you were." "I was going to say that was, don't." "Very, Harry. Efficient of you." She laughed, in spite of herself. "Efficient," Sirius repeated, delighted. "Efficient. Oh, that is beautiful. Moony. Moony. Our boy has said efficient. She has worn them down." "I have worn them down," Hermione agreed serenely. "Now. Can we please have pudding?" The summer, it turned out, had not been a summer of hedges after all. The summer had been the summer before. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Hearth and Horizon. The second year of Hogwarts began, for Harry and Hermione, on a grey September morning with a thin cold rain and a platform already full. "I am going to miss the rug," said Hermione at the carriage door. "The rug will be there at Christmas," said Emma. "I know. Don't be sad, darling." "I am not sad. I am simply noting." Dan, who had lifted Hermione's trunk into the luggage van and was now wiping his hands on his handkerchief, looked at his daughter with an expression of such intense and specific affection that Emma, standing beside him, laid her head very briefly against his shoulder. Sirius was doing his goodbye as he had done his goodbye the year before, which was to say at great length. He was kneeling on the platform with his hand on Harry's shoulder. His voice was low. Harry's face, listening, was steady. "Promslet. Padfoot. You write me if it is ever, if anything, if you even think, I will. I am not being dramatic. You are being a little dramatic. I earned it. You always say that. It is always true. Promslet. Listen to me. Listen." Sirius paused. "Last year, I asked you to keep an eye on your sister. This year I am asking you to keep an eye on yourself. She is a formidable child, your sister. She will, if you let her, watch you all year, and you will fail to watch you because she is doing it. Do you understand?" "I understand, Padfoot. I want you to sleep. I want you to eat. I want you to not brood about your father, although I know you will a little. I will a little. Yes. And when you brood, you write to me, and I will come up to the castle for a weekend. Yes, Padfoot. Moony will be up there as well, half the year. I know. I love that. So do I, Promslet. So do I." Sirius swallowed. "Harry. Padfoot. You are 12 now. I am 12. You are old enough to be told a thing." Harry, at the carriage door, stood very straight. "What thing, Padfoot. That I am proud of you. Sirius's voice was steady, but his eyes were not. That your father would be proud of you. That your mother would be proud of you. That every morning I wake up and I am proud of you before my feet touch the floor. I have not said it to you in exactly those words before. I have not said it, Prongslet, because it is not a thing one is supposed to say outright. You are supposed to demonstrate it. But I have decided today to say it outright, because you are 12, and I remember 12, and I remember wanting somebody to say it to me outright, once, only once, and there being nobody in the house who would. So. I love you. I am proud of you. Harry's eyes were very bright. He did not cry. He was Harry, and Harry did not cry on platforms. Padfoot. Yes. I am proud of you, too. Sirius laughed, and it came out a little ragged. He stood up. He kissed the top of Harry's head. He let him go. The train pulled out. Hermione, at her window, waved with both hands. Harry, at his, waved with one, and held Hermione's jumper by the hem with the other. Emma saw it and she laughed in her handkerchief. They are still, she said, small. They are very small, love, said Dan, and took her hand. Remus, on the other side of Sirius, breathed out. Well, Pads. Well, Moony. The post from Hogwarts comes through by owl. I know. Amelia says Bellatrix has been quiet. I know. The Aurors at the manor say little Hangleton is dead. I know. You are still worried. I am always still worried, Moony. That is because you are their father. Sirius stopped walking. He looked at Remus. Say that again, he said, very softly. You are their father, Pads. Right. That is all I was going to say. Moony. Yes. Say it, Pub, Remus said firmly. Right now. Come on. They went. The second year was a different sort of year, because the children were different children, and the castle was a different castle for knowing them. Hermione, at 13 by Christmas, had begun to carry the kind of authority among the Gryffindor second years that was possessed by very small headmistresses. She ran the homework club. She ran the library petition. She ran, as Ron Weasley put it with love, everything she could lay her hands on, including, on at least one memorable afternoon, an extremely disoriented Professor Binns, whom she had, at a pinch, successfully redirected from 10 minutes of the 15th-century Goblin tax reform. Harry was more quiet. He had grown another inch. He played a good deal of Quidditch. He spoke to Draco Malfoy, now, in corridors, sometimes for a sentence, sometimes for two, and the Slytherin boys Draco had sat with 2 years before had begun, with visible distaste, to sit at the other end of the Slytherin table. Draco was friends, instead, with Theo Knott, with Tracy Davis, and, on Tuesdays in Ancient Runes, with Hermione, although nobody had yet agreed this out loud. Severus Snape, in his office, kept an eye on all of it. He had, since the collapse of the Little Hangleton operation in July, begun to work very quietly on a problem of his own. The problem was a small, cold, unpleasant sensation he had in his left forearm whenever he was in an empty corridor after dark. It was not a pain, exactly. It was a particular kind of attention. Severus, who had spent 20 years paying attention to such sensations, spent the whole of the autumn term preparing, in quiet parallel with Dumbledore, for the thing the sensation was announcing. The thing the sensation was announcing came to the castle in December, with the first real cold. It came at night. It came alone. It came in the form of a woman with black hair shaved close to the scalp, a woman whose eyes had not been fully sane for 10 years, a woman who had in the summer broken out of Azkaban in the confusion of a raid led by Amelia Bones, and who had spent the autumn living on rabbits and hatred in the caves above Hogsmeade. Bellatrix Lestrange. She came into the castle through the tunnel from Honeydukes, which had been sealed years before and which she had unsealed in 6 hours with a pair of severed goblin fingers and a pocketknife she had taken off a hiker. She came up into the basement storerooms. She killed a prefect patrolling the 3rd floor, a single silent stroke, no mark, a boy named Eric Munch who had wanted, he had once told his mother, to be an accountant. She came up the stairs. What she had come for was Harry Potter. What she had been told, by a voice in the back of her own head, was that if she could bring the boy to the Forbidden Forest alive, there was a thing there that would use him. She did not believe the thing was her master. She was, in her way, a clever woman. But she believed enough. And she had always preferred instruction to thinking. She reached the Gryffindor Tower at midnight, with the corridor empty and the portraits asleep. The fat lady woke and began to scream. Bellatrix killed the painting with a lazy flick of her wand, and the painting sagged in its frame, and the door behind it swung open. Harry was already in the common room. He had been, for an hour, unable to sleep. He had been sitting in the armchair by the dying fire in his dressing gown, with a book on his knees. Hermione, who could tell through 2 floors when her brother was not asleep, had come down the girls' stairs in her dressing gown 10 minutes earlier and sat down opposite him with her own book. Neither of them had said a thing. They had been keeping each other company in the way siblings do, reading together in a room they both knew was too quiet. The common room door burst open. "Hello, Harry Potter," said Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry was on his feet in one movement. Hermione was on her feet in another. Hermione had, over the autumn, practiced the disarming charm in her sleep. Harry had practiced, over the autumn, the Patronus, because Remus had insisted on it, and had pronounced him, by November, adequate. Expecto Patronum. Harry shouted, without thinking, because a Patronus against a human enemy was silly and useless and not the thing you were supposed to do, except that a Patronus was, above all, a messenger, and Sirius had taught him that a messenger sent at the start of a fight was worth 3 spells at the end of it. A great silvery stag leapt out of his wand. It did not charge Bellatrix. It did not need to. It turned, crashed straight through the closed window with a tinkle of glass, and vanished. "Pathetic," Bellatrix hissed. "Expelliarmus," Hermione said. Bellatrix deflected it so easily her wand did not waver. "Stand aside, little mudblood." "Incarcerus," said Harry. She cut the ropes. "Little boy. Little boy. Oh, I have been waiting for you. Come here." "Come, Protego," said Hermione, and a shield went up between them. It was not a strong shield. It was a second-year's shield. It held for 1 breath and 2. In the 3rd, Bellatrix shattered it. "Come here, baby." "You come here," Harry said. It was not a brave thing. It was not a clever thing. It was, in fact, exactly the thing a 12-year-old who did not want his sister to be killed would say, and it worked. Bellatrix, startled, turned her wand full on him. "Crucio," she did not finish the word. She did not finish it because a large black dog the size of a pony had at that moment come up the tower stairs behind her. The dog did not speak. The dog did not need to speak. The dog took Bellatrix's wand arm in its teeth at the wrist, and pinned her, and the wand fell out of her hand and clattered to the floor, and Bellatrix Lestrange, who had in her life put many things in her mouth, screamed for the first time in 10 years. Behind the dog came Remus Lupin, who had been at the castle in the guest quarters since the previous afternoon because a man with a scar on his arm had written to him 6 days before asking him, discreetly, to come up and talk. Behind Remus came Nymphadora Tonks, because Tonks had been at Hogwarts 3 days on what Minerva McGonagall had called, dryly, training visit. Behind Tonks came Severus Snape, out of breath and white around the mouth because he had been running since the stag had passed through his own window 6 minutes earlier. "Bella," Sirius said, changing back into himself, still standing with 1 foot on her wand. "Sirius," she snarled. "Blood traitor. Blood traitor, yes, Bella. I will, you will not, Bella. You cannot, Bella. Be quiet. Sirius, Moony, Sirius said, without looking away from her, please check the children. Pads, they are fine. Please check the children. Remus went. He knelt in front of Harry. He took Harry's face in his hands. He looked him over. He did the same for Hermione. He said, to them both, very calmly, you are fine. We are fine, said Harry. We are fine, said Hermione, but her hands were shaking, and she did not bother to hide it. Tonks, very professionally, bound Bellatrix Lestrange's hands and feet with a red cord that glowed where it touched her skin. Snape, at the doorway, stood with his arms folded, and said, in a voice as dry as old parchment, Mr. Potter. Professor. That was a very efficient Patronus. Thank you, Professor. Your godfather arrived fast, sir. Yes. I wonder whether he sleeps, now, with his boots on. He does, sir, said Harry. He managed, remarkably, a small grin. All year. Snape, for one unguarded instant, smiled. It was not a pretty smile. It was a real one. Miss Granger. Professor. The shield charm. Yes, sir. Was underpowered. Yes, sir. I shall teach you, on Saturday, a better version. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Padfoot, Remus said. Moony. She is tied up. Tonks has her. Come here. Come here now, please. Sirius went. He sat on the rug in front of the fire, because the rug in front of the fire was where he had always sat on bad nights, and he put his hands over his face, and for the first time in the whole of the year the extraordinary, cold, controlled man Sirius Black had been since Peter Pettigrew was put in Azkaban did a very small, very quick thing that looked very much like shaking. Pads, said Harry. Yes. Pads, I am all right. Yes, Prongslit. Pads. Yes. You taught me how to send it. The stag. Yes. I used it. Yes. Thank you. You're welcome, Prongslit. He did not move his hands from his face for a long minute. Hermione came and sat next to him on the rug. She put her head on his shoulder. Harry sat on his other side. Nobody said anything further for a while. Remus and Tonks, between them, moved Bellatrix out of the common room and down to the cells below the entrance hall. Snape, after another moment, inclined his head to the room and went. Somewhere in the castle, Dumbledore was already coming up the stairs, because Dumbledore had, it turned out, been on the tower one floor below at the moment of the stag's arrival, which was, Sirius thought later, a coincidence so massive as to have been engineered. When Dumbledore arrived at the portrait hole, he looked in. He saw a man sitting on a rug with two children leaning against him. He saw a dying fire. He did not come in. He turned, instead, and said quietly to the portrait next to the fat lady's ruined frame, "Do please, Sir Cadogan, rouse the elves to repair this tonight." Very quietly. I should prefer, if we can manage it, that the rest of the tower hear nothing of this before morning. Bellatrix Lestrange has, I think, had a very eventful night. I should like the children of this tower to have, in contrast, a very ordinary one. Sir Cadogan, roused, bowed. He went off to wake the elves. Dumbledore went, himself, down to the cells, to discuss, over an hour, a number of things with his former pupil Bellatrix Lestrange that required discussion. The discussion, when Sirius was able to read the transcript the next morning, was not pleasant. Bellatrix had answered very few questions directly. She had laughed once, a long, thin laugh, at the suggestion that her master was entirely dead. She had said, with pleasure, that there were still pieces of him scattered about the British Isles, and that whoever had only found one in July had found only what had been the easiest to find. She had, when pressed, named no one, but she had, by mistake, named a cup, and a diadem, and a small gold locket, and by the time the word locket was out of her mouth she had understood her mistake and shut, with a snap, the whole of the rest of her mouth for good. "4," said Sirius, reading the transcript, in a small voice. "3 more," said Amelia Bones. "She doesn't know where. She says she doesn't know where." "I believe her." "Who does?" "Only one person, Sirius." "Lucius." "No. Not Lucius, after the summer. Lucius has been cleansed, if I may put it so, of a great many things by his wife." "No. Someone else." "Who?" "The one Severus has been writing to, in Bulgaria, for 18 months, under a false name." "Karkaroff?" "Yes. He is coming in. Quietly. He is coming in on the 2nd of January. He will give us, Severus tells me, 3 names and 3 locations in exchange for a quiet life in Australia. And then, Sirius, we shall have a busy year. And after that, another busy year. And then, my friend, we may, at last, have a quiet one." Sirius nodded. He folded the transcript. He put it in his pocket. "Amelia," he said. "Yes. Thank you." "Don't thank me, Sirius. It's the job." "It isn't." "It was." "Amelia. Please." She looked at him for a long second. She nodded, very slightly. "You're welcome, Sirius." It was Hermione who said, walking down the Hogwarts steps with her brother on the following Saturday, that 3 had been a number too sensible for Bellatrix Lestrange to name aloud in an interrogation by mistake. "I know," said Harry. "She meant to." "I know. She wanted us to look." "Yes." "Harry." "Yes. We are going to look anyway." "I know, Hermione." "With Bones. With Padfoot. With everyone. All of us. Properly. Yes. I have a feeling about the locket." Hermione. "Yes. You have a feeling about everything." "That is true, Harry. But you are very often right." "That is also true. I shall tell Padfoot about the locket. Tonight. By owl. Tonight, by owl." They walked down the steps. Hagrid, in his hut at the edge of the grounds, was chopping wood. He stopped when he saw them. He waved. "All right, Harry." "Hermione?" "Bit o' tea?" "Yes, please, Hagrid," said Hermione. "Yes, please," said Harry. They had tea with Hagrid. Hagrid did not know about Bellatrix. He did not need to. He told them, instead, about a nest of something he had found in the Forbidden Forest. They listened politely. Hermione, at the end of the 2nd hour, said, without particularly meaning to, "Hagrid, we love you." "Oh," said Hagrid. He went a very warm color. Well. Well. Good. Good to hear, Hermione." "Yes. Good to hear." "Well. Do not cry, Hagrid, or I shall cry too," said Hermione. "I will not cry." "Good." He cried a little, but quietly, into his tea-cup, and they pretended not to notice, which was, on the whole, the best way to love Hagrid. The afternoon Sirius came back up to Hogwarts, they told him about the locket. He did not, as Hermione had feared he would, go white. He listened, with his hands folded on the table in the Gryffindor quarters in the staff wing, where Remus lived, and he nodded, and he said at the end of their account, "Right. A plan. Thank you, Miss Granger. Thank you, Promslet. Good work. Leave it now with me and Amelia. We shall do this one carefully. You, my loves, are going to write me a list of the libraries and archives where you think, if we ask the right librarian, the right question might be answered. And then you are going to do your homework, and go to Quidditch, and not attempt to find the locket. Padfoot, said Hermione. Yes. I would like to come, when you do go. No. Padfoot, no, my love. Not this one. Not yet. Padfoot, Hermione. Sirius reached across and took her hand. I promise you this. I promise you on my oath as a marauder. When the locket is found, and we shall find it, when we do, I will tell you. You will see it. You will sit in the room, my love, and you will be there when the deed is done. You will not be kept out of it. But we will find it, Hermione. You are 13. I am 42. I have earned 13 more years of you than I should have had. I am not willing to risk the 13 I might still have. Do you understand me? Yes, Pads. Do you? Yes, Pads. Thank you, my love. She nodded. She put her head on his shoulder for a second. She went, with her brother, back to the common room to finish an essay that was not, technically, due until the following Friday, because the Grangers were still the Grangers, and the Potters were still, now, by adoption, among them. February came. March came. The Aurors, on the 2nd of January, debriefed a nervous man from Bulgaria in a small office in Diagon Alley, and the names and locations of 3 more fragments were, at 3 minutes past midnight the following morning, written on a whiteboard in Amelia Bones's office. The locations were, a small cave in the Hebrides, a ruined house on the outskirts of Lincoln, and a vault in Gringotts that had been, before her death, in the legal possession of a woman named Bellatrix Lestrange née Black. Andromeda, when consulted, laughed like a young woman. The vault, she said, will be the easy one. As her sister, I have standing. I have a paper I have been keeping in a drawer since the day she was married. The cave was done in February, by Remus and Amelia and 2 Aurors. The house in Lincoln was done in March, by Sirius and Tonks and Shacklebolt. The vault was done in April, by Andromeda walking up the steps of Gringotts in a green woolen coat, with a goblin escort, and coming back down the steps with a small gold cup in a velvet bag, which she delivered to Dumbledore in his office with a firm handshake and a cup of tea. And in the first week of May, in a quiet room at Hogwarts, with the doors locked, with Hermione Granger and Harry Potter sitting in 2 chairs at the back, with Severus Snape at one side and Albus Dumbledore at the other, the 4 fragments were set on a small stone table in a row, and were, in a ceremony of some gravity, destroyed. Hermione, at the end, cried. She did not know why. Harry did know why, but he did not say. He took her hand. They sat together until the room was cool. It is done, Dumbledore said to them, quietly. It is done, Sirius said. Sir, Hermione began. Yes, Miss Granger. We did not find the last one. I know, Miss Granger. Is there a last one? Dumbledore looked at her for a long moment. He looked at Harry. He did not answer at once. He looked at Sirius, across the room. He saw Sirius's hand tighten on the back of a chair. There is no last one, I think, Miss Granger, Dumbledore said softly. If there is a last one, it is a very small one, and very uncertain, and it will not, I am now confident, prove to be the kind of thing we fear. We shall watch for it. But I do not, today, believe that it exists in any useful form. I believe, Miss Granger, that we have finished our work. Sirius exhaled. Harry, without looking, felt it in the air. Padfoot, he said. Yes. You are crying. Yes, Prongslet. Come and sit down. Yes, Prongslet. In the morning, the castle, Gryffindor Tower included, woke up and ate breakfast and went to classes, because the castle had been managed, in the night, by people very good at managing castles. Harry and Hermione went down to breakfast holding hands under the table. Ron Weasley, across from them, looked from one to the other, bit into his bacon, and said, Oi. What happened to you 2 last night? Nothing happened, Ron, said Hermione. You both look like you've been, oh, forget it. Yes, forget it, please. Pass the marmalade. She passed it. Harry, smiling very slightly, caught her eye over the top of the marmalade pot, and she caught his back, and that was all they said about it at breakfast, because they were 12 and 13, and they had, in the night, been held on a rug by a crying father, and that was too private a thing for the Great Hall. At the staff table, Severus Snape was drinking his coffee with the expression of a man who had not slept very much. Minerva McGonagall, across from him, was writing, with her quill, a very short, very precise note to herself that said, "Speak to Albus about Miss Granger's shield charm." Albus Dumbledore, with 3 cups of tea before him, was reading the Daily Prophet, which had not yet heard about Bellatrix Lestrange's recapture and which instead had a very large photograph on the front page of Cornelius Fudge shaking hands with himself. At the far end of the staff table, Remus Lupin was sitting with a cup of tea, beside the empty seat that, on Tuesday, would be his husband's again when Sirius came back up for the week. Remus, watching Harry and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, thought, not for the first time, that most of surviving is boring. Most of surviving is breakfast. Most of surviving is standing at the window of a corridor, watching a girl laugh at something her brother has said, and thinking that if anybody ever came up those stairs again with a wand drawn, there would be, between that person and the children, an ordinary father in a slightly worn cardigan, and that the ordinary father would do. Sirius went home on the Friday night, because Amelia had insisted. He went to an empty cottage, because the children were at Hogwarts and Dan and Emma had gone up to Crawley for the weekend to look in on Emma's mother. He let himself in at the back door. The kitchen was dark. He lit the lamp. He made a cup of tea. He sat at the kitchen table with the cup in his hands. He looked at the wall above the sink, where Harry's first letter from school was still pinned, and next to it a dozen other letters, and a photograph of Harry and Hermione sitting on the apple tree, and a picture of a blue wolf in a bow tie, a little faded now, which Remus had, one summer afternoon, cried over and then refused to take down. He opened his shirt pocket. He took out 2 letters. One was the letter Harry had sent him in the autumn, the first one, about the Sorting Hat. The other was a letter he had written, in his own hand, 3 days before, and which he had, for the first time in 20 years, not signed until now. He signed it now. The letter said only, James. Lily. I do not know whether you are anywhere, although if you are, I expect it is an annoying place with a great many good books and long conversations. Lily wins. I am tired, tonight. I have just put your son into a corner of a common room where he is safer than he has ever been. I do not think he remembers you with his head. I think he remembers you with whatever is under his head. He laughs like you, Prongs. He is cross at injustice like you, Lils. He dives at the grass on a broom the way I used to do and which you, Lils, used to swat me for. He is all right. If you are worried about him, I am writing to tell you that you do not need to be worried. He is all right. He has a sister. He has a dog and a wolf and 2 dentists and a cousin with violently pink hair. I am still here, for now, and Mooney is with me, and a better man I do not know of. Your boy is all right. Yours, Padfoot. He sealed the letter. He did not know where to send it. He went to the apple tree. He dug a small hole at the foot of the trunk, where Hermione had once, at 5, buried a chocolate wrapper because she had wanted to test whether it would grow. He put the letter in. He filled in the hole. He pressed the soil flat with his palm. He stood up. He looked at the sky. The sky was clear, for once, and the stars were out. Prongs, he said. Lils. He did not say anything else. He did not, he realized, need to. He had said all that there was to say. He went back into the kitchen. He washed his cup. He sat down in the armchair by the fire, and he slept there, for the first time in a long time, deeply and without dreaming, until the front door opened at noon the next day and Remus let himself in and said, from the hall, Pads. I'm home. I'm in here, Moony. I brought you a hot pie. I love you. I know, Pads. Come and sit down. Yes, Pads. The term ended, in June, the way terms always ended. Exams were sat. Marks were announced at the leaving feast. Hermione was first in her year. Harry was fourth. Ron Weasley, to the surprise of no one more than himself, was 31st, which was, as he said in his mother's arms on the platform at King's Cross, bloody respectable, Mum, for a boy who has spent all year being distracted by people. The summer after second year was a summer of small, specific, domestic things. Dan finished the hedge. Emma had, without fanfare, begun the process of semi-retiring from her practice, because she had decided that the practice had had quite enough of her and she had had quite enough of it, and that there were, as she told Dan one evening in the garden, at least 3 children in her life who were going to want more of her at the breakfast table in the next 4 years than any paying customer was entitled to. Dan did not argue. Dan had, he said, been looking into the possibility of doing some volunteer work at a Muggle clinic in Taunton, which would use his hands and leave his evenings free. Emma approved. Draco came to stay for a week in August. He came alone, with a suitcase, and he was nervous at the door, until Hermione appeared in her mother's old gardening boots and told him to put his bag in the yellow room, because the yellow room was his. He stayed the week. He ate a great many of Emma's biscuits. He learned, in the back garden, to play a Muggle lawn game called croquet, which he pronounced afterwards an entirely acceptable pastime for a civilized man. Hermione beat him at croquet on the 3rd day. Harry beat him on the 4th. Sirius, who had, in his youth, been taught croquet by his maternal aunt at a country house in the summer of 1968, beat all 3 of them on the 5th, without mercy and with great satisfaction, and then made pavlova for everyone in apology. On the last evening of Draco's stay, he sat on the front step with Hermione, after the others had gone in. Granger. Yes, Malfoy. I wanted to say, at some point, yes. I wanted to say, that my letter, that first letter, in 3rd term of 1st year, yes. I regretted it, in the post. I thought you would laugh. I didn't laugh. You didn't. I wrote to you back. You did. I have kept your reply in a drawer of my desk. Oh. What? I was afraid you had thrown it out. I would not have thrown it out, Malfoy, why on earth, because it was a very stiff, bad letter. It was a very frightened letter. There is a difference. He looked at his hands. He said, quietly, I am different than I was. I know. I am going to be, I think, different still. Good. I am going to be I don't know. I am going to be something my mother can live with. I am going to be a man she can, not be afraid for. Good. You will laugh if I say anything further. I will not laugh. I shall simply make notes. He laughed. It was, she noted, the first time she had heard him laugh properly in the whole of the summer. Granger. Yes. Thank you. For what? For every small thing I cannot name. You are welcome, Malfoy. Now go to bed. We are getting up early to go to the village fair and I want to see if you can lose at 3 more kinds of games. I shall only lose at 2 of them, Granger. We shall see. Christmas, that year, was at Marauders Hollow, because Christmas was always at Marauders Hollow. Hermione came home. Harry came home. Nymphadora came, with Ted and Andromeda and a set of jumpers Andromeda had knitted herself. The Weasleys came on Boxing Day afternoon, because Molly had written in late November to ask whether the Grangers would be terribly put out if she brought over the entire family, and Emma had written back, with pleasure, that she had been buying extra potatoes for 6 weeks and had begun to worry about finding a use for them. The kitchen was full. The sitting room was full. There were 3 children under the kitchen table building a fort. Ron Weasley, with his mouth full of trifle, was explaining, to Dan, the rules of Quidditch in a way that Dan had decided to listen to, and to nod at intermittently, without in any way understanding. Draco Malfoy and his mother came for Boxing Day tea. They came alone. They stayed 2 hours. Draco sat next to Hermione at the kitchen table and, over sandwiches, they argued, with great seriousness and mutual respect, about the 16th-century goblin-wizard concords. Narcissa, after half an hour of Emma's mince pies, was persuaded, with very little effort, to take off her coat. Before they left, she said to Emma quietly, at the door, "Mrs. Granger." "Thank you." "Please," said Emma. "Call me Emma." "Emma." "Call me Mum, if it pleases him." Narcissa's eyes went, for a moment, very large, and then, which was a thing she had not done, probably, in 30 years, very wet. She said, "You are kind, Emma." "I am," said Emma, practical. "Yes. Come at Easter." "I will." Draco, at the gate, looked once over his shoulder. Hermione, on the step, waved. He bowed, very slightly. She laughed. He did not laugh. He walked down the lane with his mother on his arm, and for the first time in his life he walked like a boy who was going home to a house in which his father was not present, and who had, as it happened, preferred it. The last evening of the holidays, Sirius stood in the doorway of the sitting room and watched his family. It was not everyone. It was never going to be everyone. James was not there. Lily was not there. Regulus was not there. Mrs. Potter was not there. A great many people he loved were not there. They never were. That was the country he lived in, that old country of people who have lost somebody, which does not show up on maps. But he watched what was there. He watched Remus, asleep in the armchair with a book open on his chest. He watched Hermione, cross-legged on the rug, head bent over a parchment on which she was already outlining 3 essays for the next term. He watched Harry, next to her, braiding a length of string with the focused patience of a boy who had been, from a young age, trained in small steady skills. He watched Emma, knitting. He watched Dan, not knitting. He watched Tonks, who had stayed an extra day and who had her feet up on the arm of the sofa, pink hair falling over her face, reading a dreadful Muggle paperback she had stolen off Dan's bedside table. "Oh, dog," Harry said. "What?" "Sorry." "Nothing. I was just, looking at you. I thought you'd been standing there a while." "I have been, Prongslet." "Thinking." "Looking, mostly." "A little thinking." "Come and sit down." "In a minute." He looked a moment longer. He looked long enough to be sure, for his own comfort, that the picture in his head matched the picture in the room. He went in. He sat down on the arm of Remus's armchair, next to Remus's shoulder, and Remus, without waking up, leaned into him. "Pads," Remus murmured, eyes closed. "Moony. Did you eat the last mince pie?" "I was going to." "Don't." "Why not?" "I wanted it." "Moony, there are 7. I want the last one." "All right, Moony. Then get me a cup of tea." "Yes, Moony." "And sit down." "Yes, Moony." He fetched the tea. He sat down. Hermione leaned back against his knees without looking up from her parchment. Harry, beside her, looped a piece of string around Sirius's ankle, for no particular reason except that it was convenient. Tonks turned a page. Emma's needles clicked. Dan, with a small grunt of satisfaction, got up to put more wood on the fire. Outside, the cottage sign, Marauders Hollow, in small even letters with a curl at the end of the H, swung in a very small wind. Snow, light and unpersistent, began, in the garden, to fall. It fell on the apple tree and on the low wall and on the patch of soil at the foot of the trunk where, not so many weeks before, Sirius had buried a letter to his friends. It did not reach them. It was only snow. But somewhere, Perhaps, a light had been lit, somewhere good, and somewhere, perhaps, an old laughing voice said to another old laughing voice, "He is all right, Lils, he is all right, look at him, look at them," and the other voice said, "Yes, Prongs, they are all right, they are so very, very all right," and the two voices stayed where they were and did not speak again that evening, because there was nothing more that needed, just then, to be said. Inside, Sirius Black, who had once been afraid of all of it, drank his tea. The fire popped. The children read. And in a small brick terrace in Cokeworth, in a manor house outside Wiltshire, in the high staff tower of a castle in the Scottish Highlands, in a cottage in Somerset, and in 12 other rooms around a country that was slowly, steadily, quietly rebuilding itself, the people who had loved James and Lily Potter, and the people who had never known them at all, went to bed that night, and for the first time in 12 years nobody, not one of them, went to sleep afraid. Upstairs, in the pale yellow room, Hermione Granger set her book on the bedside table, turned out her lamp, and lay on her back for a little while with her eyes open, because 13-year-olds do not fall asleep at once even when they are happy. She thought, because she was Hermione, about the afternoon's arguments, and the essays she owed Professor Snape for her extra curriculum, and about the letter she would write, tomorrow, to Draco. She thought about the way Sirius had stood in the doorway and looked at them for so long. She thought that her parents had been brave, in ways they would never know they had been brave, because the bravest thing anyone ever did was to open a door and let a dog and a wolf into a kitchen at past dawn, and the second bravest thing anyone ever did was to let a small boy across the rug become a son. She fell asleep with her wand on the pillow beside her, because she had decided, regardless of anything Sirius had said, that it was safer there. In the small bedroom at the end of the corridor, Harry Potter turned on his side, and on his bedside table the photograph of his mother and father, which he had been given by Sirius a year ago and which he had set out, after some thought, in a plain wooden frame, watched over him the way photographs of the dead do, which is to say steadily and without any particular expectation. Harry did not dream that night. Sleep took him the way a tide takes a small boat at anchor, quiet, complete. Downstairs, in the sitting room, the fire burnt down. Remus, waking briefly, reached out a hand in the dark and found Sirius's. Sirius, half asleep, squeezed back. Neither of them spoke. It was not a night for speaking. Outside, the snow settled gently on the sign that said Marauders Hollow. The curl at the end of the H caught the lamplight from the kitchen window and held it, for a minute, like a small piece of kept gold. A fox crossed the lane in the deep of it and paused by the gate and looked up at the dark house, and then, having seen nothing that concerned it, went on about its business, because the world on this particular midnight was a world in which even the foxes were, for a brief and unusual while, unafraid. And the year, and the life, and the home, the ordinary, improbable, stubborn home, went on. Chapter 6 End.